Am I start? Oh, good morning. Welcome to the Nevada State Board Cosmetology Board's meeting. Today's date is the November 16th, 2022. The time is 9 o'clock. Can we have roll call from board members, please?
Board Member Douglas, present.
Board Member O'Brien, present.
Board Member Ditzler, present.
Board Member Harris, present.
Board Member Sweetland Jeffers, present.
Okay, we have roll call, Board Member Bramo present. Can I have roll call from, is there any staff from the north? Can we have roll call from staff in the south?
Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer.
Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. We have any comments from the general public? All comments are to be limited to 3 minutes or less. The general public can comment on any item that is or is not on the published agenda and is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Any general comments at this time? No comments at this time? Agenda item number D, approval of the minutes from the previous meeting for discussion and possible action, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes for October 10th.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So at this time,
Oh, it's the 24th as well.
Can we make a motion to approve October 25th as well?
oh, okay, we had two sets of minutes to be approved. The October we passed, and then can I get a motion to approve the October 25th subcommittee meeting minutes?
Board Member Douglas, I approve the minutes for October 25th subcommittee board member meeting.
Can we get a second?
Board Member O'Brien, and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will be interviewing for is it the deputy executive director's position first? Yes. Okay, the board members will interview the following candidates for the deputy executive director position. Mr. McDonald is being considered for both the executive director and the deputy executive director position. Am I to go through all of this before we interview? Or I can just go as we go?
Yeah, we could just only read line item D.
Number
D1.
1.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to just begin with item D1. Absolutely. Okay, so our first applicant for the deputy executive director position is applicant number 12.
I will go with the applicant.
Am I going to put applicant 12?
You can put Lady Easter.
Yeah, okay. That's Leah Easter.
He's really intimidating up close. The scowl.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see y'all.
Yes.
Okay, so you are interviewing for the Deputy Executive Director position,
I
correct?
am, you're right.
I don't have to be the one to start the question. Okay.
Oh, you gonna go? I'm just like watching Ben shuffle. I'm like,
Okay, always looking at me.
Can I interject here
Oh,
just a second?
Oh, no, you're fine.
Just because there's a presentation from each of
You don't have
the
to-
applicants. And, it had to be explained to me, so
Okay.
that's why, and ask that question. Any one of us can ask that first question to everybody, which is to tell us what you know about the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology and why you believe you are a good fit.
That's my first question. Okay, that was really casual. I didn't know. I know quite a bit. I've been here for just over 5 years now. I started, my title was compliance coordinator, and then from there it moved up to chief compliance officer. My duties have also sort of grown at that point too. I'm now like doing the contract management on top of obviously all of our compliance work. I think now we're in the ballpark of 4,000 some salons and probably pushing 40,000 licensees. So it seems like a small task, but as you guys know, it's really not. So I don't want to get into details of everything I know about the board. I don't know how much you want, but I've been here for a minute and did a couple of jobs. So I know a pretty good bit about the board. We're learning about the advanced aesthetic license. So that's something that we're going to keep growing and learning about as time goes on.
Thank you. This is board member. Do I have to say I'm board member Douglas or just ask the question?
I think we should say, we can say Board Member Douglas.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, this is board member Douglas. I would like to know, what is the most difficult decision that you had made in your career and what did you learn from it?
Ooh, that's a good one. Let me think. So career-wise, and I think this ties into a lot of what I learned at the board too. When I was younger, I went to law school. I had to go to law school, but I had to work for full-time to go. And so I made the career decision to leave my job at the magazine and decided to enroll in law school. Unfortunately for me, law school happened to be 2 hours away from where I lived. So I would get up every morning at 4, I would go to work a full-time job, and then I would drive 2 hours to law school, go to school till 10 p.m., drive 2 hours back and repeat the kind of day. And I bring that up because it was a difficult decision career-wise to make because I'm leaving, a paying job to get more education to hope that that pays off. And I think that I found that really relatable working here because a lot of our profession is women. A lot of our profession are single mothers on top of that. And so one of the things I think about when we look at new regulations and different things we're doing is how can we get more people to, especially women, invest in themselves and better themselves and still be able to obtain that work-life balance that they're going to need. So that's important to me. Board Member O'Brien, if you're hired for this position and are still here 5 years from now, how do you think the organization will be different? So my hopes for things to be different are I'd like there to be more communication generally, more communication us to licensees, interest groups to the board to the, circular. One of the things I'd like to see is perhaps that the board would host meetings with different schools. So that way the schools can all get together, have conversations, and what comes from there can go to the board. So the board knows that they're taking on information, not from individual schools, but from the schools as a collective. I'd like for our internal processing applications to be upgraded and work in a way that our licensees can better utilize and understand. I'd like to grow in terms of staff numbers to provide better customer service to our folks and to also have more of a presence in our schools, salons, and kind of build those relationships. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Harris here. What is your own philosophy of management? And how would you describe your management style?
Sure. I feel that it's so important to hire the right candidate for the role. So people tend to regulate themselves. You're hiring trustworthy professional individuals. I hope that my team feels like I talk to everyone as equals and we talk as a team and not a hierarchy of sorts. We meet regularly. We talk about what we can do differently. The opinion of our newest inspector matters as much as my opinion on something. And I think that that has gained me a lot of favor with my teammates. And I think that's why the team that we have now is so strong, is because we do work really well together and communicate openly with one another.
Okay, great. I like it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good. Board Member Bramo, what would you have liked to do more of in your last position and what held you back?
Oh. Let me walk that line there. I think that when we had town hall, that was a real eye opener for me because a lot of the individuals there spoke on wanting changes that I also have wanted to see. I think that the position that I was previously in, there was a hierarchy. I didn't get to make every call for different things, but I think if I were to move into the deputy director position, I think I would take a lot of what we learned from town hall. Again, things like communication, better systems, more communication with schools and feedback from our students and licensees. I would like to make more of an effort to do those sort of things.
Thank you.
This is Board Member Douglas. What have you done in your career that you are most proud of?
I've spent the last 6 years here, and I think that the agency has grown quite a bit in 6 years. I think I'm exceptionally proud of the team that's been built since I've been here. Lauren is absolutely fantastic. She put this meeting together. Janie cares so much about our licensees. This is bad press for me because she's interviewing next, but she cares so much about our licensees. She cares about advanced aesthetics. She wants to give the best service to everyone who comes in, calls, get a license, that sort of thing. And to have put together a team and really fostered the atmosphere where people are working so well together, I'm very proud of that. I think this is the best team I've ever worked with, ever, in any job.
Thank you. Is anyone else who wants to-
Hi, this is Board Member Sweetland Jeffers. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Yeah, so my career goals right now are pretty deeply intertwined with the state board. So for short-term goals, we've really made a lot of headway on. We've secured a lobbyist firm. They're working on the laws and regulations that you all have told us, like, we need to get a move on. We are in negotiations to get bids on a new system that should be better for both staff and licensees. Our new DAG, quite frankly, she's new to the team. We're working, more with Chrissy to better our agency. Those are the long-term projects that we already have a head start on. But I'd also like to see things like, I'd love to have meetings with the school executives to see, if we get education and everybody on the right track from within the schools, they're going to go out into the field and give the best service they can. I want to make sure the schools feel heard and they have a platform and we can all kind of talk together and work that way. I'd like to have a better website for our licensees to find the information they need. I'd like to put together more documents for our licensees. For example, one of our inspectors brought up, why don't we put together inspection checklists for our businesses, right? Like your opening manager, your closing manager goes through, did I hit all these boxes? So when State Board walks in, we're in good shape. I'd like to do things like that to make our agency more transparent. And I also think that it would be great if we could participate in some volunteer work. We have a lot of great licensees who I'm sure would volunteer time for, back to school haircuts or women's shelter, hair, nails, that sort of thing. I'd love to be able for us to organize those kind of team building things.
That's a question. That's possible.
Yes.
Clarify for the board, just background information or knowledge that you have related to administrative procedure pertaining to disciplinary hearings, things that this board may involve in later on down the line.
Sure. So I am a licensed Nevada attorney. I am not our licensed Nevada attorney. I hand that to Chrissy with very like happily. But I think that helps. I think that helps understanding our laws and regulations. Part of my job currently, which can sometimes be difficult, is that I usually put the board meetings together. I got a break on this one that Lauren and Andrew really took care of everything. But you start to learn the things that you can't goof up on. You know, everything you have to do is a public meeting. The documents are, part of the public record. And I think kind of having that knowledge really helps to make sure that we don't fumble the ball at any point. I know the things that we have to do to keep ourselves in compliance, keep our agency in compliance.
Member Ditzler, what 3 things are most important to you in a position?
Someone who holds the position, or that I would do in the
In
position?
the position.
Okay, no clarity there from board member Ditzler. It's important to me that the person in the position can work well with our outside vendors, such as the AG's office, such as our testing and licensing system, but also jives well with the folks that we have on staff. We have a great bunch of professionals, and I don't want anybody or any policy to change what we already have going, because I think we're moving in the right direction. I think a quality we need to have is someone with relatively thick skin. Our licensees know what they want and they know how to articulate that. And I appreciate that about them. But sometimes you don't want to be disappointing. Certain things take some time. And, I'd hate for folks to think we're not working on certain goals because they take a little longer. But I think that can be fixed too with better communication. And that's a short-term goal I have for the agency, is to better communicate to all of our stakeholders.
I have, Member Ditzler, I have one other question.
Okay.
Tell us about a time when you solved one problem but created others, and what did you learn?
I solved one problem and created others. I don't know why, but for some reason, my mouth is telling me say town hall. I feel like town hall was great because our licensees shed light on things. The problem that was solved was everybody at town hall seemed to be very much on the same page about what we wanted to change going forward. So problem solved. The door that was open to that was they also shed light on other things that we weren't necessarily looking for feedback on, but we needed to hear, like, why is your website a little cumbersome? Could we get some, more communication in this or that? And everything they said is correct. It's just a matter of figuring out now ways to solve those new problems. And I think we're on the road to doing that, but I think it's a long road.
Did we answer all the questions?
Board Member Douglas, managing requires motivating employees as well as accomplishing tasks. Give us an example how you motivate your employees.
Sure. So I was going to make the joke of like on Instagram, like you get a pizza party, like that's not, we can see through that here. Our employees are sharp people. I think one of the things we started doing just fairly recently is every month we'll all, like as a staff, get together and sit down and have lunch together. We just did it yesterday. And it's a great way to like remind each other that we're all people. So yes, we have management in place and people who work in different departments, but we're all sitting down, we're eating together, we're talking about, our personal lives and things that make you human. We're also talking about, hey, did you get to that salon renewal? Hey, are we going to do, and you start to have conversations that are both work related, but feel social. And I think that's been huge for morale. The feedback from the team has been that they love doing it. The inspectors come in and you just kind of get time to sort of bond with one another and talk about work, but do it in a way that feels like friendly.
Board Member Bramo, if you were hired for this position and you're still here 5 years from now, how do you think the organization will be different?
If 5 years from now, we still have our same operating system, you have my permission to let me go, right? So that is a short-term priority list. The staff will turn on me, everyone, right? So I want us to have things in place that are user-friendly for staff, so staff isn't feeling like it's an uphill battle. And I also want to feel like our licensees have more platforms to reach out and be heard. And I lean heavily saying that with the schools because that's where all of our students start before they get into the market. I want us to have more of a presence in the schools where we say, oh, hey, this is Leah or Lauren or Andrew or whomever. I know I can call them if I have a question, and it's not going to be, I'm afraid to ask this. It's going to be, we know that we can reach out. We know we have a platform and we can get more done that way. And I think the great thing about a board is you represent the people of the industry, but the difficult thing is it's not a free-for-all. Every conversation you have is going on at a live meeting. And that can be difficult for a public comment to zoom in, give you a great idea, and you go, that's awesome. Let's talk about that later. I want to be able to get those great ideas together so you guys can hear them and they can actually go somewhere at some point. And so that's something I really hope to see happening.
Thank you.
Board Member Harris again, as a manager, a major role you play is a decision maker or a problem solver. What process do you use to make critical decisions?
Sure. I think that the smartest thing a person can do is surround themselves with people who are smarter than they are. I don't pretend to know a ton about cosmetology. My background was business, it was legal. So when we have questions about how something is practiced, we reach out to the schools, the licensees, the folks on staff who are licensed. When we have a legal question, I call Chrissy immediately. I don't care what, it could be Saturday, you're in, Chrissy gets a call. And I think that us as a staff are looking toward things now where we say, what is our best use of our licensees' funding? And it's to find folks who are going to give us the best representation in all these buckets we need. And that's something that we've really kept our eye on in the last few months. And I hope that's something that we continue to do in the next few years.
Do you have any questions for us, either the board members or myself?
So. Thank you guys. I was going to be here anyway, so.
Before we bring the next one, I'm sorry, Board Member O'Brien, are we going to ask all 10 questions? Can we just go in order?
It's best to do that because then it's standardized.
Right.
Yep.
Can we just go in order? Like 1,
Sure.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7.
Brian,
Because they're all going to
Baltazar.
get answered, right? It just makes it difficult to keep jumping around and then figuring out which ones we've answered and which one we haven't.
That was my kind of question.
Oh, okay. Is that
I'll
okay?
mention a few other things while we're on the topic.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Another thing is, please don't make any comments or notes on the actual applications or resumes themselves. Make sure all your notes and any comments or anything are on those evaluation sheets.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Make sure you apply a numerical score to the to each question as well. It's rated 1 through 5. What we're going to do is we're going to collect those at the end and tally the scores, and the scores should correspond with who you guys want to select for the deputy position and executive director position.
Okay, I had Board Member Bramo. I had a question. I think it'd be easier for me to do it this way. I don't know about the rest. You guys can chime in. Can we just go ahead and score Leah Easter now?
Sure. You
Okay.
can put time up. I mean,
You do it on your paper.
I just like to have each applicant scores already turned in.
And here's the thing though, just caveat to that is that if you interview the next person and the person afterwards, you might want to go back and edit the score that you gave to Leah. Let's say, I mean, best case scenario, let's say you give her all 5s. And then the next person you see is better than that. You have nowhere to go, and now you got to stalemate. So, you know what I'm trying to say?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Where it says 5 and high, we can give them over a 5?
No,
Okay,
it should be a max of 50 points for the questions, plus another 5 points for the presentation. So a max of 55 points that they could possibly get.
okay, so the highest is 5. Okay, so we can hold on to these.
Okay.
We can hold on to them. Baltazar?
Yeah, hold on to the end and then we'll collect them.
Okay. Go right ahead, Baltazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to figure out like what order we're asking these questions because it was really, I was like scrambling to fill out everything digitally. So I noticed that we're not going in order. What order are we going in? So that way I can properly keep up.
The next applicant, we're going in order.
Okay. Thank goodness. Thank you, everyone.
And you said.
We just tested you.
5 is max.
55 would be the max.
And that's 5 for the first.
Yep, that's 10 questions and 5 points each, plus another max 5 for the.
Okay.
question? Mr. Baltazar, do you have a question?
You have your hand up still.
Sorry.
And I'll wait when everyone is done with their questions to ask about any legal background that the candidate has. Ease as well.
What do you mean by that? Say that again.
And just a knowledge of administrative procedure. Like every candidate should have that, but I'll wait till everybody's done with their first line of questions and then ask that so that it's.
Oh, I see what you did last time, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you ask that one last.
Yes.
Okay. So we can go around. Whoever asks, we're gonna ask them in order, don't matter who asks them.
Okay.
We're just gonna ask them in order.
All right.
So we just have one other applicant or two other applicants?
We have two other applicants for the deputy director position.
I got you. Okay, so our next applicant, let's just mix it up. Let's do Stephen McDonald. Applicant number 2.
A question.
Go ahead.
So he's doing, 2.
Yes.
So he's gonna go out and come back in?
Yeah.
Oh, he is? We're not just gonna go with one interview?
No.
Because most of these are, that's the same questions.
It's
Well,
up
you
to,
can ask Andrew.
I was gonna defer that one back to you guys
Oh.
because it's a conundrum. I mean,
One
because the
time.
applicants were selected on a.
We're gonna interview one time.
yeah.
Yeah. same person.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, he's on fire. Good morning, welcome to our interview process. You're Stephen McDonald and you're applying for the executive director's position and deputy director's position.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so. Are you
Yes, I am.
ready? All right.
I'm Board Member Douglas. Tell us what you know about the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology and why you believe you are a good fit.
The board has jurisdiction over the public health and safety of the cosmetology industry. It's a board of 7. And it has its criteria of having 4 cosmetologists, an esthetician, and a nail technologist, and a member of the public. I believe that I have the experience because I've already worked for the state. I've been the number 1 of a state agency appointed by the governor, by 2 different governors, Governor Miller as a Democrat and Governor Gwynn as Republican. I also was a deputy at large agencies such as the Nevada Division of Industrial Relations, 200 employees, 5 offices, and over OSHA, mine safety and workers' comp, regulation, consumer protection. Also, I was the deputy of Dieter of the rehab division for operations, 300 employees, 35 offices statewide, $110 million. So I believe that I have the background because we did regulatory compliance and enforcement as well as consumer protection. And the role that I've always had as being the administrator or the deputy is that we're not there to put people out of business. We're there to seek compliance and also to protect the public, the citizens of the state. I have over 20 years of government experience working at the local. I worked for Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas. I have worked for the state as an agency head and as a deputy state treasurer. I've also worked for the feds, Nevada Business Services, in a training program where I was the COO over there. I believe those experiences can bring my education and those experiences to bear in service to this board and to the state of Nevada.
Thank you.
Board Member O'Brien, if hired for this position and are still here in 5 years from now, how do you think this organization will be different?
Now, well, going into this job, if I am selected, would be to enhance upon what my predecessors have done and what the current staff are doing and what the board is doing right now. And collaboratively working with the board and the legislature, because they make the laws, and our job is to implement them and execute them. 5 years from now, I would think that we would still be lean and mean, not mean, but lean and also bring more transparency to the industry. I think in working with the legislature, as I have in the past, I've done bill drafts and all that nature, is that I think the industry probably wants more input into how the agency is working, because it's their license fees, right? It's their establishment fees that runs this. They're self-regulated in a sense. They're paying to be regulated. So I would hope that we would still be more efficient by that time, definitely more transparent, more collaborative with the industry and with the citizens of the state, and keep the engine going smoothly.
Thank you.
Board Member Ditzler, I have a question that's not on this list.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
My question to you is, you applied for both the deputy director position and the executive director position. Why?
Because I qualify for both. That is the straightforward answer. I've done both jobs in multiple agencies, small as well as large. If you're asking what my priority would be, it would be the executive director position. I think I have the experience of leading an agency. I've already done that, but I also know what the deputy is supposed to do in supporting the head of that agency. I've been a deputy over all operations, IT, accounting, inspectors, investigations, you name it, in different areas of the law. Law is vast. I had to learn OSHA, mine safety, workers' comp, labor, real estate division, all those different laws that I can bring those experiences of learning from my colleagues and working with several boards. At Nevada Division of Industrial Relations, there are 5 boards over there. OSHA Review Board, then you have 4 boards just for workers' comp. So dealing with those boards are appointed by the governor. So I already have that experience of working in the state for many years. So that would be my priority, is to lead the agency in serving this board and its policies.
Thank you. Board Member Harris, what is the most difficult decision that you have made in your career? And what did you learn from it?
Wow. Whew. Okay, well, if I guess I could do both. I could do 2. Personal one, and I'll give you a professional one. The personal one is getting divorced. That is a tough decision to go through with a wife, I mean, especially when you're married for 12 years. I got remarried, by the way. So, I was married for 12 years. I know this probably, you don't want to hear this, but it's always tough to go through that. But, and we had 5 arguments over 12 years, the 5th one being the biggest one. But we also, from that experience, you grow and you learn. And especially when you have 2 children, and one 16 and one 8 at the time. And your priority is the best interest of those children. So that means you have to be able to still communicate with your ex, still get along with your ex. You know, there's going to be disagreements, but the key is being focused on that. So that's a difficult decision that I have learned from and growing from. And of course, I got remarried. And that's great. Yes. Professionally, it's always a tough decision to let someone go. You know, I've always been taught progressive discipline, where you counsel, you written reprimand, but they're there for a reason. They were hired there for a reason to do a job. They have experiences and talents that I don't have. So my job is to find that talent, utilize it for the benefit of the citizens, for the benefit of the mission laid out in the statute, which is what the board here directs the executive director to do. So that's always a tough decision, because you try to give as much as you can. A specific example is that I had 2 supervisors when I was the administrator of unclaimed property that got moved over to the treasurer's office. I became deputy over there. And the 2 managers were not getting along. They were disrupting the office because they couldn't get along. The staff could feel it. There's tension, things of that nature. Of course, me coming in, there was some dysfunction going on before I came in. And I had to sit them both down and said, you both have got to get along. I mean, one was an audit supervisor. The other was the office manager. And it said, you're disrupting the agency. The people can't work. And we're here to serve the citizens of the state. And if you don't fix this, then I may have to let both of you go. So they got the message and it worked. I'm not saying that will always work, but it got them to work together to figure out where they could find mutual ground. But the mission's still here to do. We still have a mission to do. That means to regulate unclaimed property, but also protect that money that comes in. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Board Member O'Brien, as a manager, a major role you play is as a decision maker or problem solver. What process do you use to make critical decisions?
Sure. Seek information. The job is to lead, and that's why you're put in that position, is to make decisions, but you got to be collaborative. As I don't know everything. I have many experiences. I have, of course, the legal background, practicing attorney. I've done these things, but there are things that I don't know, especially coming into a position like this. You got to rely on inside staff. You got to rely on staff because they do the job every day. If you're looking to improve what they're doing, you need to ask them what they do and watch what they do and say, teach me. Working with the board, I would seek counsel. My job is to serve board and to lead the staff in achieving its mission and what's laid out by the board and policy. So I would seek out information from the board members. What do you see as your interests? Where do you see the pitfalls from your perspective as a board member appointed by the governor? So that way I can work together to try to collaborate, get a plan together and move forward. So that is my decision-making process, gather information. There has to be timely. Sometimes decisions have to be made immediately. And that's why the person's in that role, is that you put that faith and trust in them to do so.
Thank you.
Board Member Douglas, managing requires motivating employees as well as accomplishing tasks. Give us an example on how you motivate your employees.
Sure. Nevada Division of Industrial Relations. 200 employees. They only have 215 as of this date, as far as I can remember. So since I've been there, they only have increased 15 people. Is that first you got to get buy-in. You got to get them to buy into the mission of the agency. And I believe the staff here has that buy-in in working with this board. And saying that, hey, we're either spoken will or the force, the trees for the forest, is that if you can see the forest for the trees, if you see that you're one of these trees in here, and here's the big picture, this is what the picture looks like. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it this is what we're supposed to do? And you're a very important part of that. You're one of those trees that make up for it. So when I was there, none of the sections, OSHA enforcement, OSHA, the consultation side, the nice side of OSHA, mine safety, or workers' comp ever talked to each other. Even though by law, they had to share information, but they never did. Yet we're in the same agency and they didn't share information across the 4-5 sections actually. So I had implemented through working with my boss, the administrator up in Carson City, that's where he was based, that we need to have more communication with staff. I know I had the bulk of the staff, 160 down here. So whenever the governor called, I had to go take the phone call and had to go to the governor's office whenever something would happen badly, if there was an issue. But getting the staff to realize that they're part of this bigger picture and they're not in their little silos, that they have to share information. And so I started meeting with them monthly. Can you imagine having 160 employees meeting in a conference room in a large place? I can only get, and I always preface it saying, look, I can give you information, only information that I can. Some information I can't give because in the executive role, but I'm going to give you as much information as I can and try to, so that way you know what's going on. So that way you have a feel that you're part of this bigger picture and not just in your cubicle doing this and slugging away. You're actually, what you do here rolls up into this bigger picture. And that's what I've used to motivate people and treat them respectfully. I mean, that's really the key. Treat them respectfully.
Thank you.
Gwen Bramo, board member. Tell me about a time when you solved one problem, but created others. What did you learn?
Okay. Wow. Oh, here's one. Okay. Working as an unclaimed property administrator, the agency head over there, there's a bill draft that was going to gut the unclaimed property statute, NRS 120A. And it was actually the chairman of the Game Control Board, Bill Bible, back then. And he wanted to keep unclaimed property. Unclaimed property gets turned over to the state. And we try to seek out those relatives or heirs that are ownership of that money. Social Security, stocks, safe deposit boxes, things of that nature. And I had went to the cabinet member in the governor's office saying, if you allow this bill from the Game Control Board to go through the legislature, it will gut not only that portion of gaming revenues that we are trying to seek people out to try to give it back to them and or their heirs. It would be a slippery slope. You would allow other industries now to come and say, why can't I just keep it and spend it? And that's what the Game Control Board was going to do. They said, you know what, let's just keep the money. Why should we have to turn it over to the unclaimed property division every year? And so that created a problem with one of the most powerful people in government, in the history, in gaming, because he went on to work for the Nevada Resort Association to head that up. But so that created a problem, and where I was actually called up to the governor's office, met with the governor. It was Governor Miller at the time, and Chairman Bible. Little old me as a state administrator, going up there with my little book and everything, and had already written my memo to the governor and to the cabinet member, letting them know my position on this, and because the legislature was already looking at it, and the governor actually sided with me and said that we can't let this happen. It would defeat the purpose of the statute itself. We're supposed to gather money, and yet people start siphoning off money, individual agencies, then the banking industry would come in and say, well, why should I turn over the state? I mean, because your bank, your account gets closed and it goes to the state. I mean, that means that individual would never get that money. So that created the problem. It actually turned out in my favor, but it created one that I wasn't too anticipating to go up against the Chairman Bible.
Okay.
Hi, this is board member Sweetland Jeffers. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Long-term career goals is to be the executive director of the State Board, Nevada Board of Cosmetology. And long-term is to retire here. Short-term is to jump in, both feet, see the issues, build upon what the agency does well, and look at the areas that we're not doing well, and move on those as quickly as possible, working with the board and with staff, and moving forward from there. That's my short and long-term goals.
This is Board Member Douglas. What have you done in your career that you are most proud of?
Oh, my career. Wow. Well, I think that just being appointed by the CEO of the state of Nevada is a pretty awesome thing. I took that seriously, take an oath, as you all have. I've been appointed to commissions. I was on the Super Speed Train Commission. My state, California, Nevada, super speed train, went to China, representing Nevada. So I've been on boards, but also being appointed as to an state agency has been a pleasure and an honor. That is and of course, if I am selected, being appointed by you to serve the citizens again at the state, that's where I've been the most fulfilled. I've been working in government since I'm in my 20s at the city of Las Vegas. I was over business licensing for the city of Las Vegas, and that was an honor. That is the highest calling to me, is to work for the citizens. Do something more than yourself. Leave it better than when you came in. And that is the highest honor that I can say.
Thank you.
Board Member Ditzler, what would you have liked to do more of in your last position, and what held you back?
Oh, let's see. When at the law firm, I was a firm administrator. And if you want to structure it the same way, the three owners were board. They were partners of the firm. The one thing that I wanted to do was make the firm more efficient, a law firm. I was over all the staff, the attorneys, I actually trained the attorneys as well. You name it, we had receptionists, we had a runner and everything, legal assistants. The one thing that held me back was that the three partners couldn't get on the same page. And the one thing I wanted to do was to bring all those experiences that I have in efficiencies to make things better. And at times couldn't do it because they just couldn't get on the same page. One would say something, then another would say something, and then another would say the other thing. And they had different personalities, which is fine. I've dealt with that before, dealing with the mayor and city council, as you can imagine. But these three at a smaller level never could get them on the same page. And so that kind of prevented me from implementing the policies, the procedures that I wanted to do to make things smoother, which would mean more money for them. And that's what prevented it. I mean, there were times with roller coaster of cash flow, things of that nature. And it's because they just couldn't get on the same page.
Board Member O'Brien, what three things are most important to you in a position?
To lead, to have that support, and respect. I think if in this position that if this person has that and also exudes that to everyone else, we can achieve what the board's mission is here to do, what the agency is here to do. I will always listen, always be respectful, and always will support the board. You're appointed there for a reason. You're appointed there to oversee the agency and what it does in the public health and safety of the citizens of the state and the regulation of that industry, the training, the establishments that teach and provide those services. So that's what I would think would be very important.
Thank you.
Board Member Harris.
Yes.
What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
My philosophy is collaborative management, meaning we're all a team here. The key is knowing your audience, knowing who you're working with. If I'm working with the CFO over there, I'm a numbers guy too. I hopefully I can speak the language, and because I've dealt with lots and lots of money at the state as deputy state treasurer. Budgeting, of course, I've dealt with budgeting as well. I think my philosophy is be able to communicate in those particular areas. And if I don't know, then please teach me. I learn from everyone. I learn something every day. That's one thing that's good about it. You wake up in the morning and say, I haven't screwed up yet today, but I definitely hope I'm going to learn something today. That's what I always taught my kids, so I should live by it. But it's really team management. I always told when I first came into a job at the state as an administrator, is that coming in, I don't know everything. So my job is to learn quickly as possible and to work with everyone. Otherwise, I mean, you're there for a reason. This board was appointed for a reason, is to oversee. So you wouldn't be there. Governor wouldn't appoint you if you didn't have anything to offer. Same as me, right? And the same as the staff. We're here for a reason, and it's to serve the citizens of the state. So That's my management style, transparency and working with everyone.
Thank you. Put that today.
Deputy Attorney General Harris, for the record, you previously informed the board of your knowledge regarding OSHA, mine safety, workers' comp, et cetera. Please give the board additional information regarding your legal knowledge pertaining to administrative procedures governing this.
Sure. The Administrative Procedures Act, the APA, wonderful 233P. If an agency is not exempted out of that statute, you fall under it. So whenever you do, whenever a final decision is made by the board, that plaintiff, respondent, because I work in workers' comp, so we call them claimants, respondents, has a right to petition, to do a petition for judicial review, meaning the district court acts as a appellate court, just reviews the record, what was done at the lower level. And the decision that the board makes is stays in force unless you file a motion for stay. So I've had written briefs, many of them. I've represented not only the stay, but also represented the employer or the insurance company fighting it, finding benefits. So I definitely know the timelines. You must do within 30 days, file a notice that you are going to file a judicial review. You must file within the seat of government, where some law firms get in trouble. They file it in the wrong seat. They think Las Vegas because the AG is here. It actually has to be done in Carson City. Things have been thrown out for that very reason, do a motion to dismiss. So I have practiced in this area in admin law. I've also been a hearings officer for dealing with the APA. Back when I was the administrator for unclaimed property, I not only heard cases for the labor commissioner, manufactured housing, real estate division, unclaimed property, and for workers' comp. I actually was a hearings officer in Dieter dealing with Social Security benefits, where the federal government's on one side denying benefits to a citizen of Nevada. This is by Congress passed this law. Every state has hearing officers to hear the disputes between those two parties. So the federal government would come before me, and so with that claimant trying to get Social Security benefits, I would either overturn it, revise it, or just affirm. So I've done both. I've made appearances in admin court, but I also have been the actual judge that would do it. So of course I had to know the rules and rules of evidence. You know, it's civil procedures, crimes of the evidence, the normal stuff that you would know. So, I also bring that to bear, hopefully.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any questions for us at this time? Or the board members?
Wow, this has been actually a wonderful experience. I love this. It's like being before a judge, you know, in a courtroom, you just get banged by questions constantly. I'm gonna go back over here and go back over here and over here. And then now the CFO's jumping in. But so a decision is gonna be made today, presumably.
That's up to the board. It depends on if they find somebody for both positions or each position. If they don't, then we'll go back out to bid.
Sure.
So that's where we're currently at.
Okay, thank you. No, I don't have any more questions. I think it's a pleasure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before you. And hopefully looking forward to working with you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
We actually have two score sheets, right?
I think just. I put two in there, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay.
I think, oh yeah, each applicant should have their own score sheet.
Uh-huh.
But for the both positions, is what she's asking.
Oh, I got you.
For-
If we're only gonna do one interview, then we should probably just have one evaluation sheet. Because it'd be the same response or similar.
Well, and two, if you're gonna do it for the director, that's what he really pushed
Yeah,
for.
you're right. You're right. He actually chose executive director as in one of his answers.
Executive director
Yeah,
is the
that's-
main
that's-
position.
Yeah.
So we probably should use a separate score sheet.
Yeah, me too. Yes, too.
You think? because the questions are all
I don't think it's
in there.
necessary. Between the recording and the documented evaluation sheet for the one review, I think that's sufficient.
Yeah.
One thing that, while we have a minute, I know we're not at this point where we're discussing salaries or anything along those lines, but I want to bring your attention to something that was passed last October, SB 293. The state of Nevada dictates that employers cannot ask somebody that they're about to hire their salary history. So that can't be something that you typically ask them. You can ask them what their expectations of the salary would be, but you can't actually seek out what they've been paid in the past, whether here or somewhere else. And that's it's SB 293, I'll look it up, but it just came out last October. So I just want to bring your attention to that.
So we're gonna score him for executive director.
Yes. That's basically.
Can we do this? After we score today, can we make the selection by another meeting?
I don't see why not.
So we don't have to like discuss salary today or selection, and then the board can think about it when we find out our top choices and see if this is what we want.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Ultimately, I'll have to send out, if whoever you choose for the position, ultimately I send out an official offer letter, just with some standard agreement type language. And then at the same time, I can send out letters to people that weren't selected, if that's what you'd like to do. So have a second meeting, I mean, for.
Would your aim be to see if a decision is rendered on both roles, but then hold off on the salary portion of the agenda? Is that correct?
okay, say that again.
So you're just saying that your aim would be pretty much getting through items D1 and D2, but D3 would be held off for another.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we're gonna decide today who
We're
we're
gonna,
gonna,
well, they're gonna tally up the votes today, and then we'll know what the choices are, and then we can still vote, because if we make the decision to say, okay, this is the choice, but do we think it's all a good fit as a board?
and we're gonna do that today, correct? And then what I'm trying to do is find out, are we going to pick somebody today for the positions? Or are we gonna hold off for another meeting?
We're gonna hold out for another meeting.
No, the
Is
option
there-
is that you pick for one of the positions. If one of the
Yeah.
positions seems like it's more of a sure bet
Yeah,
for all you guys, then you can go ahead and make that
yeah, we
decision.
can do that.
And go ahead and, do the rest of the steps for that position, so that person can get selected, if that's the case.
Yes,
And then.
we can pick a position today.
The other one.
We want to pick two positions today. Okay, well, let's get those and see what the scores are.
Let's get through the interviews and then we can make that decision
Yes.
afterwards, because we'll have a better idea how we feel after we listen. to
I think we only
everyone.
have 2 more people to interview,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, let's just keep going and then we'll just see how we feel.
Okay, can I finish? I want to finish scoring this one so that I don't have to, because I'm not gonna be able to remember.
Exactly, yeah.
But we want to do it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's scoring her thing.
And those scores should correspond, at least on an individual basis with.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to like get muddy with, I want to already have my scores. I don't want to wait to come back with my sheet and try to figure out what was said.
Oh, I thought you was doing that while we was.
Oh, I was listening.
We can go slower if you want to take notes after each question. I was taking notes during the question. I didn't have very good eye contact with them, or any of them, but.
I'm just too close to be making scores.
Yeah, do your scores after, make your note.
You know, but if you just, I don't want to score like that. I just want to kind of like make my little note.
Do your shorthand, make like a little trick, like
Well, I kind of did.
star equals 4, triangle equals 3. You won't know your process. Jeannie Higgins is next.
Yes. We have, next, we're gonna be interviewing with Baltazar. Are you still there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm still here.
You didn't have any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you. I've been jotting everything down.
Hi. It's weird that everyone's in one room. Well, almost everyone's in one room.
Right, you get to see our faces.
I know, it's nice.
Okay, awesome. So you are interviewing today for the Deputy Executive Director's position. Correct. All right, let's begin.
Board Member Douglas. Tell us what you know about the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology and why you believe you are a good fit.
I know quite a bit about the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. I'm very familiar with all of our laws and regulations. And then some of the ones that pertain to us, like open meeting law, and now the Med Board and the DO Board and all of our friends that are kind of commingling with us. And I think I'd be a good fit because I've seen kind of where we've been. I know where we're at and where we need to go, and I'm really familiar with what we're doing in the office. And I just want to see everybody succeed and the office and the agency do well.
Member Harris, if you are hired for this position and are still here 5 years from now, how do you think the organization will be different?
I hope it will just be better, stronger, more organized, more structured. All of our systems that we already have in place will be improved on. So everything will be more efficient, more successful for the public, the licensees, the staff. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Ditzler, what is the most difficult decision that you have made in your career and what did you learn from it?
Probably changing careers at like a not an older age, but like further into a career. I was in the industry for a long time and then I came into the regulatory side of it. And I think from that, I just learned that sometimes it's just not a good fit and it's okay to move on. If something's not right for you or whatever, you can just move on and there's no harm in starting over.
Board Member Bramo, as a manager, a major role you play is a decision maker or a problem solver. What process do you use to make critical decisions?
Logic all the way, just try to come up with whatever solutions that might be there. Take any emotion out if it is clouding your judgment and just try to think of the most logical choice for the problem to solve it.
Okay.
Board Member O'Brien, managing requires motivating employees as well as accomplishing tasks. Give us an example of how you've motivated your employees.
I think for that, gratitude goes a long way. Nobody wants to feel like their job is thankless, even just saying thank you is helpful, and donuts on Mondays or something like that. It's just knowing that your team members are valued by you because, the agency isn't just one person at the top, it's the whole staff and everybody needs to feel valued to keep working and feel motivated to do their job.
Board Member Douglas, tell me about the time when you solved one problem but created others. And what did you learn?
Well, that has advanced aesthetics written all over it. That is a good way to answer that question. I feel like the office staff, every time we move forward with addressing one problem that came from advanced aesthetics, 7 more crawl out from under the darkness. So you just have to keep on keeping on, keep trucking, keep moving forward. Be glad that you solved the one problem and then tackle the next one head on.
Thank you.
Any questions from those online?
Hi, this is Board Member Sweetland Jeffers. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
I think my career goals kind of align with the agency's goals right now. I already work here, and I enjoy working here, and in my current role, or whether I take this position on, want to just see the agency succeed. So my goal would be to further that mission and make sure that the agency is successful, that the whole staff is successful. We all have the tools we need to do our job, and that in the long term, the agency is thriving, and we want to be, of course, and successful.
Board Member Ditzler, what have you done in your career that you are most proud of?
I'm pretty proud of my accomplishments here. I would say that's probably what I'm most proud of. When we transitioned testing vendors from PSI to Pearson, that was quite a challenge. And I don't know how I figured it out, but I figured it out. Our system that we have now was really catered and customized around PSI, and there was no way to change it. So, and it's quite technical, sending exam authorizations from here to there, back, and results. And I did that, and then I trained the staff to take over, so they're doing really well with that, actually. And I think we've come really far with like the regulation changes, and then we're working also on the law changes. So those are pretty substantial. I'm proud of all the work from that.
Thank you.
Board Member Douglas, what would you like to do more in your last position? What held you back?
In my current position, I recently just took the state contract manager course. And I really haven't had a lot of experience using that information. And that's really because we are about to start doing some contracting, but it's like very complicated. So the more experience, the better. That seems like a use it or lose it kind of skill. So I hope to get more practice with that.
Board Member Harris here. What three things are most important to you in your position? In a position.
I would say growth or potential for growth, and not just like upward mobility, but just the ability to learn and continually, better yourself. And I like there to be diversity. I think in this field, a lot of us deal with like a lot of monotony, processing things and reviewing data and stuff like that. And so it is nice when something else comes along that you get to do. I do enjoy, just changing things up a bit, and a good team, good coworkers, good unit to work with. Everybody supports each other. That's important to me.
Mhm. Okay. Makes sense.
Board Member O'Brien, what is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
Communication all the way. Communicate, make sure everyone's on the same page, make sure everything is fair, equal, understood. That way we can keep moving along successfully and nobody feels left in the dark or left behind. We all have our goals in mind.
Jack Harris for the record. You just informed the board of your past knowledge regarding open meeting laws. Please explain to the board your knowledge regarding administrative procedures governing this board.
For complaints or?
Yeah, it could be, or complaints, any type of disciplinary hearings, just give them your knowledge.
For any public meeting, we have to post the agenda in accordance, everything in accordance with open meeting law. The participant if it's a complaint, that has to be notified. They potentially have to sign off an OML waiver saying that we're going to discuss them. There's a time limit for all of that. Everything just really has to be noticed and by the books, like, it's all very outlined. It's mostly through time, like, your timing is on point, that everything is available and open to the public, no secrets, everything is out there for the world to view.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Higgins?
Huggins.
Ms. Huggins. How do I say Higgins?
It's, everybody does it, don't worry.
And I actually put a U.
Just don't call me Jamie. A lot of people call me Jamie. It's like a joke around the office. They're like, Jamie.
Any other questions for Ms. Huggins?
Do you have any questions for the board members?
I guess I'm curious, what you guys are expecting from whoever you appoint. What are you guys looking for?
That's a good question.
I'm kind of looking for like the same thing as far as all you applicants kind of say, communication with the, the board members, working together and just seeing what we can do for the company, for the mission of the company.
Right.
And I think that for me, I could say I'm looking for someone that could keep the staff.
Keep the staff, grow the agency.
Yes, absolutely. Be able to communicate
Yeah.
with the licensees, the schools, making sure that we keep in compliance and have enough, I guess, the vision of just the whole industry as a whole to, kind of, I see a lot of gaps there. I'm not in the office, so I don't know.
Right.
But I can see some gaps there as far as the salon industry, the licensees, that some things that I think that as a board that we need to really make sure that we tap into.
Yeah, have a
Before
stronger
things-
presence.
Before things get like really uncontrollable. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
If you have any more, that's it. If you have any more questions, then otherwise it's the end.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I just kind of have a question. I don't know if this is like a question off the record, or I should probably ask it. I'm gonna ask it. Because if it's gonna be a question that I'm looking for an answer, I shouldn't ask it, huh?
Well, is it regarding like the mechanics of how this is going or?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay,
So we only have one deputy executive director position available, right?
yeah.
And we have a couple applicants. Well, it was 2 applicants so far.
Great.
Yeah, 3. So we don't have like a position under that, huh?
But the position.
Under that.
That would be in-house, probably.
Oh, okay. So we just have one more applicant?
Doreen, Ms. Brown.
We'll get her to pronounce it.
Wait, good call. Wait 1 second, because I'm trying to find her. Oh, I see it. Is it Dory?
Yeah.
It's for the executive director position?
Yes.
Yeah, applicant number 20.
No, you got the record.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I didn't make it in time to drop the work phone off. So I have it here, but I forward all the calls this long. So I was like, and then they have the iPad so they can check the text messages too. So I was just making sure they were all on. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So welcome to the interview for the executive director's position. Can you pronounce your name for us?
My last name, so it's Dory Mizrachi.
Oh, Ms. Rachi.
Yeah, it's really Mizrahi, but it's just easier to say Mizrachi.
Okay.
So I just,
We just wanted to make sure we heard it from you.
I've been called worse, I'm sure, so.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome. I'm Board Member Douglas. Tell us what you know about the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology and why you believe you are a good fit.
Okay, so I've done a lot of research on the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, and basically the goal of the board is to protect the public safety or the public health, the safety, welfare of the clients, the cosmetology clients, and in terms of that licensing, to make sure the licensing is intact, testing, education, and just quality testing, quality assurance to protect the community.
Okay, thank you.
And so the second part of your question, why I think I'm a good candidate. So what I currently do right now is very in line with the board's mission. I have a couple of roles at UNLV. So I am a professor in the criminal justice department. I also run 2 graduate programs, so an emergency and crisis management master's program, which is very in line with your mission to protect public health, safety, and welfare. So basically, we're training emergency managers to protect the community. And there are standards, there's testing, there's education, there's licenses. So I have grown those programs. I've basically taken those over when they were kind of dying programs. And I've grown them from 7 students to now we have about 40 students, so about 6-fold. I've also created curriculum. I do program evaluations. I have to answer to UNLV and the governance of the university. In addition to that, I also work on the board as an administrator for the FBI Las Vegas Citizens Academy Alumni Association. And so I am very familiar with boards and how they work, and just budgeting, everything that goes along with the board governance. So I feel like while my current position and my experience isn't in cosmetology, it directly translates to your mission and to what you guys do here.
Thank you.
Board Member Bramo, if you were hired for this position and are still here for 5 years from now, how do you think the organization would be different?
Well, I hope it would be more innovative. It would be more in line. It would just be better, better practices in line with the jurisdictions who are doing best practices. I hope that there will be technological advances in the licensing system. So
yeah, I would hope to contribute to that, and my expertise and my experience and my work experience, my research. I would hope to provide value for that.
Thank you.
Board Member O'Brien, what is the most difficult decision that you've made in your career and what did you learn from it?
The most difficult decision that I've made in my career, and what did I learn from it? That's a good question. I would have to say, I guess this is in line with my career, but going back to school as an adult and as a single mom, doing that and just putting my mind to that and the perseverance that comes along with it, and not wanting to fail, wanting to show my son the value of hard work and dedication and not to take the easy way out. I mean, going back to school as an adult, as a single mom, it's terrifying and new technology. So I had to learn all of that. I guess that was probably one of my biggest risks. And then going to do my PhD, it was terrifying because, you know, I'm a single mom and just kind of not believing in yourself and just scared of the unknown and scared of failing, but you just do it. And that's what I did. And I just pushed through and continued to make myself better. So yeah, I'm happy that I took that risk.
Board Member Ditzler, as a manager, a major role you play as a decision maker or a problem solver. What process do you use to make critical decisions?
Well, I'm a researcher, so a lot of research, looking into other states. I have done that in writing my dissertation. So comparing, for example, the Nevada revised statute. So my area for my dissertation I focused on was intimate partner violence and repeat intimate partner violence. So comparing the laws and comparing the laws from the language and examining that and comparing it to other states. So I feel like a lot of research would go into that. I'm very methodical. I'm very organized, almost sometimes to a fault. I like to have things organized so I could see them and make things more streamlined. So to make the best decision, I think a lot of things need to be considered. And I think it needs to be methodical and backed with research.
Thank you.
Board Member Harris, managing requires motivating employees as well as accomplishing tasks. Okay? Give us an example of how you have motivated your employees.
Okay, so motivating my employees. So I have about 20 people who work underneath me, and they range from the director of the Department of Public Safety to the city manager of Las Vegas. So I have an open door policy. You can contact me anytime. I'm always here to help. I let them know whatever it is, we'll figure it out. Provide them with tools that they can, like education, and anything that could help make them feel more comfortable, but let them know that I'm here and we'll work through it together. Just create a level of morale. So I feel like good communication, that goes a long way. And it's extremely important, and good leadership and listening skills and adaptability. I think those are very important skills to working with different populations and to motivating people and to listening. I think that's very important.
a very important characteristic to have, listening to people. Sometimes that's what it takes to get on their level and for them to open up and to motivate and drive people.
Hi, this is board member Sweetland Jeffers. Tell me about a time when you solved one problem but created others. What did you learn?
Solved one problem. So we had to get rid of an instructor who was in Germany, and while his credentials were excellent, he was not doing any service. He was doing a disservice to our students. So we had to get rid of him for multiple reasons, aside from doing a disservice to our students. And we had to get rid of him mid-semester. So it left us with nobody to teach his class. And I picked up his class and I didn't try to take on the whole thing. I went week by week to make sure that the students were getting the best experience possible. And just adapt. It's about adaptability. I feel like in my professional career, in my personal life, it's about adaptability and resiliency. And so I took over the class and I made it better. The students had a very good experience, but it created getting rid of him created a problem because we were left instructorless. But it worked out at the end, and it was the right thing to do.
Board member Douglas, what are your short-term and long-term career goals?
So my short-term and long-term career goals, I don't feel like I have any short-term goals per se. I've kind of fulfilled those goals in just becoming a professional in my career, getting my feet wet, working with, being a manager of people. So I want to continue my career path. I have a passion for helping people and communities, and I want to be able to grow. I want to be able to contribute to society. I care about people, and that's been my goal from the very beginning, is just to help people. I have a passion for helping people. So I'd like to be in a position to where I could grow and add value to whatever I'm doing.
Board member Ditzler, what have you done in your career that you are most proud of?
If I'd have to give you something tangible, growing the program, growing a dying program from 7 students, bringing millions of dollars to the university. I think that was something that is tangible, that you're able to kind of, put numbers on. So like I explained before, I grew the program 6-fold. And not only did I grow the program with students, but redeveloped the curriculum to make it the best experience possible. I feel good about what we're offering students now. I know we're not just taking their money, we are really preparing them. So a lot of that, a lot of research, a lot of working with experts in the field, a lot of teamwork, a lot of just talking things out and learning. So being able to grow the program, I think, and single-handedly without much help from the university, I take pride in that, and I take pride in the program.
Thank you. Board member O'Brien, what would you like to do more in your last position, and what held you back?
So in my last position, my current position, so I don't know if you guys know this, but where you get your terminal degree from, they don't normally hire you. So I was lucky enough to develop relationships and show my work ethic and show my leadership skills, my communication skills. And so I was able to get hired. But so because of that, I'm not able to get tenure a tenured position like a lot of professors in the university. So that has kind of held me back from furthering my career at UNLV. And I've grown the program. The curriculum is excellent. I'm very proud of it. So I feel like there's not much more I can do. And the position that I have, it's not a tenured position. So it's kind of like I'm at the ceiling and I want to be a contributing member of society. I want to do more.
Board Member Bramo, what 3 things are most important to you in the position?
Transparency, that's very important. Communication skills. If you're not communicating with clients, if you're not communicating with your colleagues, that's a big problem. And professionalism. For professionalism and integrity, I feel like, and that goes along with ethics and morale, but I guess those would be probably the 3 main. Communication is paramount.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member O'Brien, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, excuse me. Board Member O'Brien, what is your own philosophy of management and how would you describe your management style?
My own philosophy of management. So I kind of touched on this with a previous question. Open door policy, being able to communicate effectively and efficiently with people, being able to let them know that their voice is being heard, and they may not always get, what they're asking for, but you're being heard and you have a voice and you matter. Research, good decision-making skills. So if something needs to be decided right away, being able to make decisions on the fly, being able to collaborate with people. And I think collaboration is a huge part of being a leader. I think it's paramount to being a leader, being able to collaborate with others and take advice, consider other opinions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Being diplomatic, sorry to piggyback, being diplomatic, I think that's very important.
Deputy Attorney General Harris, for the record, you did mention in your interview having to do past legal research. Can you please expound upon for the board your knowledge regarding administrative procedures governing this board?
Yes, so with cosmetology, I did a lot of research on what you guys do, and there's a lot that is in your Nevada revised statute. So like I kind of mentioned before that I have done for my dissertation, I did research on domestic violence and intimate partner violence and looking at the laws and then how they translate to the Nevada Administrative Code. I have also taught criminal law. That's one of the classes that I teach. So I'm very familiar with examining law and teaching the law as it relates to criminal, but I know it also it can translate to other areas like politics.
Do you have any questions for us?
Yes, I do. So what would a normal day look like as an executive director for the Board of Cosmetology?
We operate in our hybrid schedule. So currently we're 4-10, so 4 days a week, 10 hours a day. But we're currently hybrid, so we work 2 days in the office and 2 days at home. And a typical day for the executive director would involve, of course, communicating with the team, but also communicating with other stakeholders like the LCB, our lobbyists, senators. It would vary a lot for the executive director position.
Okay.
But in terms of actual tasks from computers, there's not too much other than just email and that sort of thing. But it's varied.
Okay. And I'm very familiar with dealing with public officials and legislative bodies. Like I mentioned, one of the instructors who teaches for my program, he's the director of the Department of Public Safety. And so dealing with him and working with him, and I've had public officials go through my classes before, so.
I would say we need an advocate, especially during legislative session. I think it is one of our primary concerns. Advocate for staff, advocate for the board members, and of course for the licensees and the public.
Absolutely.
That's probably how it's something.
And I feel as a woman, and women are probably the majority of your clients. The board is comprised of the majority of women. I feel like being a woman and a single mom, I feel like I can advocate for people. In a previous position, I was a victim advocate, and I feel like I'm always an advocate. I'm an advocate for my students, for my colleagues, for my instructors. So that's right in line with my morals and values.
Good question.
I guess my next question is, why did the previous executive director leave, and how long were they in the position for?
I can answer that if you guys want. So we conducted a staff survey, which we hope to do going forward. And the survey indicated that staff was not satisfied, and that was the primary catalyst.
Okay.
We just want an individual that's engaged in the job, that's not just looking to retire or has personal agendas, just a team player and someone that can fit into our culture well.
Well, I'm not looking to retire anytime soon. So like I mentioned, as a single mom, and I tell my son all the time, I work my butt off to provide you with extra things aside from necessities. So yeah, I want to grow in a position and be comfortable, not complacent, but be comfortable. And yeah, that sounds good to me. So do you guys have any other questions for me?
I think so, but for me as a board member, I could speak that I'm looking to select someone that could work well with the board as well. Being able to make sure that when tasks are given by the board, that we can see results.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I currently work with the FBI Las Vegas Citizens Academy Alumni Association. So they are comprised of community members. And there are a lot of different personalities, a lot of different dynamics. I am a people person. I feel like I can relate well one-on-one with people. And like I said, there's a lot of different personalities, and I've just developed relationships with the board members. And even though they have a different personality than me and other people may not get along, like I try to just relate and work well with them. So I've not ever had a problem carrying out tasks that have been asked of me, or working with the different personalities, different dynamics of that. So work through
As a
things.
board member, I'm looking for someone that is not afraid to say something will not work, something won't, instead of trying to put yourself in a different position that you may not be able to do. And therefore, the board itself would be out in the open with no way to get that whatever they're asking done. And if it's something that they're asking, or even the staff, wanting to be communicating with the director, that to me is really important. But not to be afraid of the board itself,
Right.
and be able to say, this isn't going to work. Why?
Absolutely. I mean, my opinion might be different than yours, and I would like to talk things out. And I may not always have the right thing to do, but you guys obviously are experts in the field. So I think it takes a village. I think it takes a lot of thinking heads, a lot of talking things out. I would want to know if maybe a decision that I'm making is not, the best decision. And likewise, like, I feel like constructive criticism goes a long way. And we're here to help the community and make sure that they're safe and yeah, so I feel like that's very important.
Well, now that you've went through this process with us here, do you still want the job?
I'm nervous. I'm just gonna say that I'm nervous. Yes, absolutely. I feel like I mentioned, this is in line with my morals and values. I am an advocate at heart. That is my passion, to help people and communities. I like to communicate with people. I like to help people. So absolutely, I'm very interested.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
You're doing this, Pam.
Brian, go right ahead, Baltazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question that I had is, how would you describe the current culture of the organization that you're currently with? And would you say it's a multi-parter, so forgive me. Would you say that is a good fit for you? And what kind of culture would you like to foster in an organization if it's not a good fit for you?
So the morale is kind of down at UNLV. It's gone down in the past couple of years because there's a very large discrepancy with females and males. There's a big push for the diversity, equity, inclusion training. I've actually facilitated one of those trainings for instructors around the university and graduate students. So I think that they are trying to catch up with the times. That's something that I think is very important, especially in today's climate, the diversity, equity, inclusion piece. So I think I might have answered your question. I know there was 2 parts. I'm not sure if I got the second part of your question.
Yeah, not a problem. And secondly, do you feel that that is a good fit for you? And if not, what would you do to help foster the kind of culture that you want to see at your organization?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like being inclusive, first of all, you have to be innovative. You have to be able to catch up with modern times. I want to make people feel comfortable. I think that's very important. So that's something that I would do. I don't want people to feel singled out or second best. Everybody matters and everybody's opinion matters. Everybody should have a voice.
Thank you.
I think I have a question to piggyback on Baltazar. Because in a position as such as the executive director of an agency that I think we will say it today with like 40,000 licensees. I don't know how many schools across the state, how many businesses. There's going to be some times where you're not going to be liked. There's going to be some times where you as an executive director is going to have to make some tough decisions to report back to the board, or the board's going to report some tough decisions that we would like to see fostered. So I know that you have this you seem to appear to have a really big heart, because I can tell that you have passion for what you do. Is obvious.
Thank you.
But being in a position as such as the executive director moving forward, for me, how do you handle a situation where you might not be able to please even some of the majority?
Delicately. You handle it delicately. I mean, some decisions just have to be made. I do that with my son. I do that with my students. Some decisions just had to be made. And as long as you feel that as long as I feel that I'm doing the right thing, I can live with it. And communicating it delicately and effectively, and decisions have to be made.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, if there's no further questions for us, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so that concludes the interviews.
Yeah.
Once you're finished filling out your sheets, please hand them to myself or Lauren. Brian, do you have a way to take a picture or scan your evaluation sheets by any chance?
Yeah, I've had to type everything out furiously. So I'm gonna have to transfer the notes onto the individual sheets. But yeah, that's not a problem. I have a way to edit them, the PDF files.
Okay, that's fine. Doesn't have to be perfect either, just your notes and your scores.
Can I just give mine to Erin up here in the reading
Yes,
office?
yes, and thank you so much. I already gave her a heads up that you'll do that. And then once we have those scores tallied up, we'll be able to compare the applicants and go from there. Whether you guys want to make a decision for both positions or either one is up to the board. We're gonna, well, you guys can either.
Because
give
it
us your
seems like I
scores or-
need to have some discussion.
You can either give us your score, let me finish this one thought. You can either give us your scores verbally now, but we need those evaluation sheets anyway for our record in case we get audited.
Okay.
And I have a sheet here so I can tally up scores for each board member for each applicant.
Can you put our name on our sheets?
Yes, please. Put your name, put the applicant's name.
First anticipated, once you gather and collect all the numbers for each scoring sheet, then the board can then engage in the discussion.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You just want the score sheets only, or do you want the whole thing?
Just the score sheets.
Okay.
Learn. Okay.
You guys want to take a break or anything? While we time all these up?
I think it'd be a great idea. Just need to come back time, it's 10:51 now. 15 minutes, 15-minute break.
Let's take a 10 minute.
11:01.
Yeah.
11:01.
Right, what we doing? Can we take a 10 minute break?
Sure.
Okay, 10 minutes.
11:01.
Yeah, 11:01.
Decide. Just decide. Executive.
Yeah, it's cool.
Are we still on the record? Are we still being recorded?
Exactly, exactly.
Brian, can you hear me? Lauren just sent you an email. If you could just tally up your scores for each applicant, and send us those scores now. You can only scan evaluation sheets at a later date.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll send them now because I do have the final scores. That's just been sent.
Okay. So based on the evaluation sheets and your scores, for deputy executive director, we have Janie Huggins with a total score of 302. And Lee Easter with a total score of 378.
Did you say?
Okay, can we do that again?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead now.
So for Janie Huggins, the total score is 302. For Leah Easter, her total score is 378. And that's just the total scores. And so each board member voted Leah Easter higher than Janie Huggins. So it's unanimous. So all 7 board members voted Leah Easter higher than Janie Huggins, resulting in a score of 302 for Janie and 378 for Leah. For the executive director, Stephen McDonald has a score of 319, compared to Dory, who has a total score of 314. There was 4 board members that preferred Dory to Stephen. There's 1 board member that had an even score for both, and 2 board members that preferred Stephen over Dory. You don't have to pick the candidate that has the highest score. This is just another evaluation tool that you can use to help progress your decision. Or you can decide to defer it to a later date, schedule a meeting.
Do you want to discuss the deputy director position?
Let's discuss the deputy director's position today. Can we discuss the executive director position at, I mean, it was really close. I think there's could kind of still need to be just some discussion, but I think they both were good candidates.
Yeah. And I mean, keep them like, so if this is a board decision, yay or nay, for the executive director position, you'd have, well, 1 person was even. So you have 4 yays for Dory, 2 nays for Stephen. So four for Dory, 2 for Stephen, and then 1 stalemate. I'm just trying to help you guys, see a different perspective.
Right.
And then for the deputy, we had, it was unanimous that everyone preferred Leah Easter over Jeannie Huggins.
Just to add in these are tallies, I would still need an official vote for each back under OML.
I think is there any discussion for the deputy director? Do you think we need to discuss anything, or is everybody happy with that decision? And that, I'll make a motion on it.
Was that decision unanimously?
Yes, it was.
Okay, let's make it.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
So then, Member Ditzler, I'll make a motion that we accept Leah Easter as our deputy director.
Can I get a second?
Board Member O'Brien, I second.
All in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need a separate vote for each of those, or is it just because it's unanimous? There was no nays.
yeah, there was no nays.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's, the Easter is the new deputy director.
Chrissy, do we just continue on?
The thing is just under OML purposes, because every aspect of this process, is required to be public. And since the board did not engage in a discussion regarding the deputy director, it has reserved ample time to engage in discussion regarding the executive director. The only thing is I don't want it to be misconstrued in any way that board members are still having discussions if this meeting is continued. The other aspect is the executive director involves 2 individuals who are not currently within the agency. And if the board is excited about truly having one, once the discussion is done, we don't know what they would likely do in the event that the meeting is continued. So I just want the board to just keep in mindful of that. We can continue the aspect regarding the setting of salaries. That can be continued by motion if you want to do that. But
Are we talking for the deputy director or for both?
it could be the continuation of the setting of salaries for both if you want towards a later meeting, because that's going to require probably a lot more back and forth and additional guidance from Andrew as far as what's a good starting point. But if there could be some discussion, at least regarding the executive director.
I don't have a problem with that. With the way the board is split with this, I think that we should not proceed with either candidate and maybe open it up again after the first of the year for more applications.
We
Go right ahead.
Board Member,
Go ahead.
Board Member O'Brien, my question with doing that is, when would Leah Easter go into effect of the deputy executive director? Because she's right now as interim as well. So then would she just carry out both of those titles until January, or?
It's a weird thing because she's in her interim because she's not currently deputy. So deputy, it'd be almost, let's see, what's the pay cycle?
Wouldn't it just be?
As of November 16th, like today. So, and I would send her an offer letter. Sorry, I'm doing payroll in my head too. So yeah, it'd be today, and I'd send her an offer letter just to, that's the official agreement between employer and her. And that would be it, because everything else is in place. And then because she's in interim executive director currently, I've already put her name in as, she's a signer on the banks, all that kind of financial security type safeguarding issues. She's already in place for that. So she's pretty much already in that role now, administratively.
As well as still in compliance, correct?
Correct.
So she's holding.
So she's still in compliance, but keep in mind that the chief compliance officer will be decided, I'll be an internal position. So then staff will determine who's going to be the chief compliance officer.
Okay.
And then a follow-up to that would be the decision to postpone it. Are we looking for additional candidates, or are we just looking for sitting on more of what we just heard from the interviewees, because we did just vote. So we kind of have an idea of what we want already.
Yep. And I have some suggestions for that too. And just to give you some background, when we put these out to bid, we posted them on Indeed and we posted as a free advertisement. So we didn't pay for any kind of service to get more qualified candidates or a larger pool of qualified candidates or anything like that. So that's an option too. We have the budget to go back out for this position. We can post it. We can pay for ad space essentially. So that way our postings get to the top, whether it's Indeed or ZipRecruiter or whatever job posting forum they're on. Then that way, hopefully we can get a lot more interest from high level people.
So is it inappropriate to ask the board if we're looking for better candidates or what we're looking for here?
Right.
I don't know what we're looking for
I
here.
mean, let's say a perfect candidate would be, cultural fit and somebody that's already doing the position, right?
Right.
So if they're like executive director, like, I don't know, California or something like that, that might be like a perfect match if the person themselves were, fit the other cultural criteria. But, so that's kind of like the model I would go off of. And if you didn't think that either one of the executive director candidates today were close to that kind of model in your head, then I think there's probably someone out there that wants this job and has the experience. I don't think this experience is so niche that can only be filled by somebody who kind of has these ancillary tasks or duties, their other job. They kind of have to like make everything, they have to segue all their previous experience into a new job that they don't really have experience specifically in like NRS 644, or the open meeting law, that kind of stuff. So I think there's a lot more quality candidates out there personally. That's my personal opinion.
Gwen Graham, board member. I don't know if we can get even better candidates than what we had today, but I think that we need to it's something that we need to, as a board, kind of make a decision on what we're looking for. Because I think that if you're already an executive director of an agency like the cosmetology board, you're already state board, you're not going to relocate. Because, if you're looking for a position, I'm sure cosmetology executive directors across this whole region have discussed that we don't have an executive director position. We do have an executive director position available. So I'm sure Arizona knows it, California knows it, Utah knows it. Anybody in this region.
Gwen, they may not. If I can interject, they may not.
You think so? You think they may not?
So because, the way that it's posted on Indeed, for example, it's posted in Las Vegas, because we are not looking for out of state necessarily.
Oh, okay.
One of the requirements of the job postings for each position is to have a valid Nevada driver's license. So based on that guidance alone, and I'm not saying that we need to restrict it to Nevada, and we can go out of state, but out of state just means like paying for a post on Indeed, so that way other individuals that want to relocate can, but
Is that something that we're even looking for either? Because they wouldn't be familiar with Nevada law and the things of Nevada,
that might depend on the
public.
individual.
So I don't know if that's something.
When you said there's more people that are qualified, I was gonna see, well, how can they didn't apply? When you said it, only 8 from on each side.
Yeah, and a lot of people did apply, so I think we had a total around 70 for both positions combined. And then, like, I don't even know, like maybe 80% of the people that applied to the executive director position, for example, didn't even hold a bachelor's degree.
Oh, okay.
So that's immediate disqualification,
Oh,
or,
okay.
they didn't have a driver's license, something like that. And then we were left with about like 7 or 8 on each side. And then the subcommittee narrowed down to 3 and 3. We had 1 person withdraw from the executive director applicant pool. And we had 1 person, Steve McDonald, who applied to both positions. So he was a third.
Balthazar, can you want to have express your thoughts?
Yes, sorry. I know I've been missed a couple of times. But so my understanding is even, procedurally, we would have to vote down these particular candidates if we want to even explore expanding our search or continuing our search. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, how
Well,
pressing is it?
Brian, I should say that because it's not really a yes or no answer. if, for example, you decided not to hire either Stephen or Dory today, there's nothing to say that if we go back out to bid, that they can't apply again, or that we go back out to bid, you don't find someone, and hey, it turns out you do like Stephen or Dory better collectively, then you can reach out, or, we got a staff reach out to either one of those individuals and say, hey, it took us a while, we went back out to bid, but turns out we really like you, and you still have that flexibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and I can't quite tell what the interest is are we not satisfied with these candidates? I mean, we entrusted the subcommittee to bring us candidates that they thought were qualified based on the pool that they had to sift through. So I just can't tell the temperament.
That's
obviously.
That's kind of what the temperament is, Brian, is that we had to pick from a pool, the subcommittee had to pick from a pool of people that applied. And what I'm explaining is that pool could have contained more qualified candidates if we put the job post out and then pay for more traffic.
Okay. Is there any interest in working with like a staffing agency that can potentially help us seek the type of candidate that we want? I know some organizations do use that. I'm currently in the process of that with another board. So is there any interest in getting a vendor to look for an executive director for us?
Yeah, it's always an option. Of course, you could go with a recruiting firm, but the thing is about these recruiting firms is that that's essentially fulfilling the same duty that the subcommittee fulfilled. A recruiter essentially asks you, the initial questions that the employer provides them. They're basically just going through the process of doing some rapid interviews before forwarding applicants to the actual employer to also interview. So that's kind of what the subcommittee did. And that's why I had board members and staff on that committee. So that way we were kind of like that recruiting firm. And the recruiters that would post also on Indeed, they might pay for advertising. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if that would exactly, get more quality applicants to apply, but it's definitely, you can do whatever. You can hire a recruiter. We can post the ad on Indeed and pay for advertising. We can go with a different job board. So there's multiple options.
Okay. I was just saying. I was just wondering if we're wanting to have, if this is going to turn into a more prolonged conversation because they were so neck and neck.
Yeah, they were neck and neck amongst two people, and it's not really a huge. We had one person withdraw, so it's not like we had. And even from these two candidates for the executive director position, we didn't have a plethora of other quality candidates anyway. Not that I'm saying anything about their quality, but in terms of applying previous experiences to the position at hand, it may not be directly translatable.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult for that. Should we bring any of these individuals, there's going to be a lot for them to learn. I'm wondering how reliant are they then going to be on the deputy to carry out a lot of their tasks, and is it fair for the deputy to be carrying the weight of the ED while they get acclimated? I'm just wondering about that aspect as well.
Sure, and I think that a good example, I would explain, my response to that would just be that, we have been operating with an interim executive director, currently on staff now for, almost 3 months. So, things are going decently, so.
Andrew, I have something, I'm sorry. I have two things just in response to that last comment on Balthasar. I think that's a learning curve for anybody coming in though. You're going to have to learn the position, the deputy definitely. So I think we have unanimously voted in Leah, correct? She has experience. So she is going to be that person that the ED can lean on, which is great. We have the founding base there. We have two candidates that are very qualified in leading different organizations and being head of it. So we have good candidates. My question for you, Andrew, is can you tell me the total possible number? Was it 55?
Yeah, it'd be what, 55 times 7?
I'm sorry, the total altogether, like we have 319 and 314. What does that equal out to be? Like out of 319, how much did Stephen get? Out of 314, what was the possible to get? Like she got 314 out of,
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, the,
sorry, yeah, I couldn't do the math on that. I went to the math guy instead.
385.
385. Okay, so Stephen got 319 out of 385 and Dory got 314 out of 385. Those are pretty good numbers. Like, I don't know that it's reasonable to go out and do all this again. If it was lower numbers, I feel like we have good quality candidates here to make a decision with. They're not below 200. I mean, at 300, you know, they're still maybe 1 point here, 1 point there, 2 points here, 2 points there that people were deducting off of the scoring sheets, in my opinion. I mean.
They're close scores, you're right.
Yeah.
Close scores.
So then is it inappropriate to have more discussion between ourselves? I don't know what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. Like, what are we leaning towards? What are we not leaning towards versus a candidate? What did we like in this one? What do we not? What is appropriate in this scenario?
I mean, like, from my perspective, you guys already have a really good win because
Yeah.
you seem dead certain on deputy executive and you know that individual can carry out our mission and vision and all that kind of stuff to a T. There's no concern there, on staff or board side. And so I think that one is set, it's kind of like, it's interesting because you got a deputy position that's 100% sure, in terms of general consensus. Then we got the executive director where we're kind of like, I mean, based on, like split in the middle almost on picking the ED. And so, and this is just one tool, of course. So.
I wonder also what we would be discussing amongst ourselves right now if you hadn't told us that 2 members had voted one way and 4 members had voted another way. If we strictly went off of those numbers, if our conversation right now would be different.
Exactly. Or if you just did a yay nay.
Exactly.
It would be different.
Exactly.
So.
But is it appropriate to discuss the individuals?
Yes.
And talk about that? Okay,
Absolutely.
okay, so can we maybe talk about what the hangup is, or maybe what we would like to, like when you had mentioned like going outside of this meeting or continuing it, like what more thoughts would you have like gone into? Can we just do it now?
Yeah. Well, my thoughts were that we were just gonna put it on hold and maybe had time for the board to get back together because we have 2 candidates, one scored 319, one scored 314. For me, the only thing that I've seen, the candidate that scored the highest, my only concern was, and I'm gonna go, we can look at the resume part, right? My concern was, and maybe I should have asked that question of him, with the job here where it says he worked at the Dieter for 10 months. My concern was from 217 to 212, 2017, that you leave there in December to start that job, January 2018. I just wanted to know, because you were leading this agency, not a lead to the agency, a deputy administrator of operations. That's not quite lead, but he had 300 employees that worked up under him. And I was just kind of looking at that period of time, because it seems like, for me, I did like, I'm gonna just talk about the pros. I love the aspect of the legislation and know how to get laws and things done, because that's huge when it comes down to us being able to have to fight with the, what do you call these agencies that come in every year trying to deregulate? You need somebody that's solid and strong and know how to get that stuff passed so we can kind of prevent some of that deregulating of our licenses. That's huge. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the fact that that candidate had the ability to be able to bring the team together, and everything was leadership and teamwork. So I did like that. The only thing was the I guess career choices or the positions that was, like short term.
Is it possible to ask follow-up to the candidates? Are they still in the building?
They are.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Bring it back.
Wait, can we please discuss more, like, what other questions we have?
Additional questions and then we can.
Yeah, because I went with what you said too, because I put a line underneath.
You did too?
Yeah, but I think the only reason why I went with Stephen, now this is just my opinion, is because, not taking anything from Dory, her resume was more like criminal stuff. And I know she's a professor or whatever, and I just felt he had more experience. And not taking anything away from her. It was just when I looked at her resume, everything was criminal. So that was my opinion.
I'll out myself on that as well. I was stronger for Stephen also because I felt like he has experience in these positions and not so much as a researcher. I felt Dory was awesome as a single mom and a woman and the things that she could advocate for us and putting us forward. But I felt like her strength lies in research. And I felt like the ED needs to be more of an advocate, somebody that has that experience and that hunger, that bulldog that's really going to fight for us. I just felt that a little bit more from Stephen than Dory, but I really was looking for it from her. And I think maybe her nerves got behind, but because I did feel like she opened up at the end of it too. So if we have some follow-up for her too, maybe we'll see a different side of that.
And I guess what I was saying earlier too, like, I mean, the way you guys are like so dead certain, you guys are so sure about Leah filling that deputy position. I want you to feel that exact same way about the executive director position. And like, for example, Leah is 378 out of 385. That's close. 385 is a perfect score. So that means you're all dead set on, hey, Leah is great for this position. You're certain, there's no discussion. I want you to feel that same way for the executive director position, because we have, you know, Stephen who's got 319 out of 385, and Dory who has 314 out of 385. And I just want to give you that perspective. In terms of when I say, there might be more qualified candidates out there. I just want you to have all your options on the table so that you can make the best decision.
But I think for me too, we might have some other qualified, but there's some key things to leading a regulatory agency, and that is legislation.
And just to add to that, just as your AG, because I will be working alongside with the ED and deputy quite a bit, as you guys know, very hands-on. And so with the question that was posed regarding administrative procedure, and this is not, please don't treat it as sweeting in any way. You could also ask any additional follow-up questions as well. Related to the ED, I believe that with Mr. McDonald's responses, it was quite on the money with how the whole administrative procedure goes, because if any person who's in the executive director position, while I will assist in the drafting of that complaint and that motion, because any type of decision involving the person's license that they have, if they want to dispute that, and it will go to the district court and be subjected to possible judicial scrutiny, a candidate needs to be very well versed on that process, ideally. Now I leave room, of course, to always be amenable, because that's my job to this board as well. So if there's a learning curve that you guys want to have with, if it's not with these candidates, any future candidates, of course, I will be on that part. But it's just also something to take into consideration that administrative procedure as well as legislative knowledge is super important for the ED.
I agree.
I'm just thinking about all the deregulation. I'm thinking about what just happened to California.
Yeah.
They didn't reduce the hours to 1,000,
Yeah.
And it was all political. It was all political. And I'm just afraid that if we don't get somebody that really know how to maneuver this system, that it's coming our way. This 1,000-hour thing is coming our way without a fight. I'm thinking about the online learning with the schools, it's going to take, in some states, it's 50% of the learning is done online. It's already passed. I mean, in Utah, you could do 50% of your training online in an industry that's a hands-on industry. So it's just, we got to be really, really careful with somebody that can say, okay, in this state, they're not doing it. In this state, in these 46 states are not doing it. We're not going to do it. We need somebody that's solid and strong and really understands how to push it and rub elbows, basically, is what you have to do with the senators.
And who's done it? And we have a candidate here today that did it. He's done it.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
Sorry.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah, I think if we have any questions, we need to go back to both of those candidates. Okay, I'm sorry about Tazaka.
It's okay. It's what I get for not being there in person. No, I have to agree. I actually thought that Stephen had some relevant experience that would help him transition into this role well, because I do think being part of a state agency or leading a state agency is very different than leading a nonprofit. And I thought Dory had some great experience that would be applicable to fill the role that I'm looking for in the other, but with a nonprofit. So, out of the two, I just felt like we would be better led under Stephen's stewardship.
Yeah.
Well, we still are going to look too at a trial period. So if it doesn't work out
Yeah.
in
That's
that
right.
aspect.
It's a trial period.
Given that, if we were to offer them employment, would there be anything that would prevent us from, I don't want to say fire them?
No, that is an at-will state. So anything you open yourself up to, if you said, we don't want your services anymore tomorrow, the only thing you open up yourself to is a potential discrimination. That's why we have a progressive discipline process, but that is still an at-will state. So this person could, the problem is administratively, it does take quite a bit, especially on my end, to get this person geared up to be the executive director. I need to go through certain banking procedures to add them as a signer onto our bank accounts, onto our reserve fund. I need to issue this person a company credit card. They need to take a defensive driver. There's a lot of training and administrative type tasks that we could, that we would also expend on this person. So I don't want you to think that it's a trial period in terms of, we're just hiring a potential temporary person. Yes, of course, the worst comes to worst. They're at will regardless. Even when they sign the offer letter, it says specifically in that offer letter, it's at will, and this employment can be terminated at any point.
Okay, then the only reason I ask is because of the current situation that we find ourselves with the previous ED. So I just want to make that we mitigate any kind of problems that may arise if the need be.
And just also note, because with the ED in particular, with it being head of agency, it will be the same thing. I do recommend the progressive discipline, of course. Like the survey was very helpful with that, but it would still need to be a public meeting. There would still need to be a vote on whether to continue hire fire, like how we did with the last one. So those same OML procedures will still need to be abided by.
For me, Board Member Bramo, I don't have a problem with us opening it up, but I do want to make sure that if we are going to open it up, our number one candidate has an opportunity. If not, we can vote on the number one candidate. I'm good with them both. I just think that our agency at this time, we have a strong deputy inside the office to be able to handle, a lot of the day-to-day that the ED would not have to worry about handling. But then we also need a strong ED, not to just be in the office, but making sure that our laws are kept safe. That's important. I think it's important to all the licensees that our laws are kept safe and the agency is solid and working together as a solid team.
Piggybacking off of Andrew's point of wanting to ensure that the board members are comfortable, unanimously comfortable, like how we felt, like how you guys felt with the deputy. Does the board members want to follow up with any supplemental questions?
Yes.
I think we have supplemental questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to nix it, and then we know that where we stand on it, because I think what you just said, we have to pick the strongest candidate for the public, but I think the candidates in here, I think we have a question that is looming and it needs to be answered. And I think that the hiring period or the training, I'm sorry, what did you call it? Trial period, thank you. We'll put some people at ease that maybe are on the fence, because it's not something that's forever and ever, and we have the ability to come in and say you're not a good fit. But if we still have that question looming, I think it's a good opportunity to ask it now.
Because we might get another candidate to piggyback off what you're saying. We might get another candidate that might score high in those areas, but not give us what we need.
Exactly.
And right now it's legislation time is coming.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just got to know that we need somebody to be able to know the process instead of somebody having to learn the process. Because our last ED, it took a while for him to learn the process.
comment on that.
And are we willing, if we open it up, are we willing to potentially lose our strongest candidate in a time where we need somebody with the strength that he has? I don't think that's a risk the board should take. I think we should ask more questions that we need to ask.
I think so.
To the person that we need to ask them to.
Who would the board like to follow up with first?
We're gonna follow up with Stephen.
I agree.
Baltazar, will you be willing to ask some of the tough questions? You know a lot about the legislation and state agencies.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, do we have questions? Or are we drafting them right now on the spot?
Well, mine is already about the resume part, but, and the reason, but I didn't have any really tough questions besides probably, I didn't really have any when it come down to
I had
that,
what you had.
the state agency portion.
Any questions expounding upon legislative
Yeah,
procedures?
some legislative procedure questions, Baltazar.
Okay, I mean, I can certainly ask. I'm rattling my brain now to figure out what was supposed to ask.
Bills or something like that.
Yeah,
that's one.
Things or who's advocated with, in terms of other government officials. I don't want to interject too much here because I'm not part of the board.
Right.
In terms of
No, that's
the board
okay.
director, but those are things that in my experience I'd bring up.
Court, well, maybe the court's not there. The court's not there anymore.
Hi. Thanks for waiting, too, being patient.
Sure.
We had some follow-up questions, and I will begin with my follow-up question. So here and looking at your resume,
Mhm.
I just had the question, when you were the Deputy Administrator of Operations with Dieter,
Mhm.
and I see that you took that position in February 2017, and that position ended 12/2017. Is there a particular reason?
Yes, I was the new deputy. The administrator has the right to appoint whoever she wants to appoint. She wanted to appoint a new person. Before I became the deputy Dieter at that, I was the hearings officer, and I got promoted from that. So I got hired in Dieter as a hearings officer to do the Social Security stuff. And then I got promoted because she had seen that I had past background of running a state agency, doing what she did. And that's what happened. And then I transitioned into working for the law firm.
Okay, and you left the law, you left Dieter in 2012, 2017,
2017 and started in 2018.
and then you started the new position 2018?
Yeah.
Okay,
And she chose another candidate.
Yes,
Oh, that's why.
yeah, it wasn't permanent. I got promoted into that job.
Oh,
okay. Oh, and I think we got another question. I think I can ask that one question because with your being able to lead state agencies, you seem like you have a lot of experience with that. How comfortable do you feel with the experience of being able to, because I know like every 2 years we have our, the legislation go back and there's new laws that need to be changed, some is being revised. They have these independent justice companies coming in trying to deregulate licenses and things like that.
Yes.
And so for me, how comfortable do you feel and how much experience do you feel that you have being able to work across the board with assembly and senators to get things solid, making sure that deregulation doesn't occur in our state? Sure,
I feel very comfortable. Again, I've had that experience. I've happened to work with different parties in the legislature. As a quick example, you're all busy. When I was telling you about unclaimed property, NRS 120A, I had actually rewritten that whole statute because it had been 20 years since the statute had been looked at since 1981, 2001. I actually went to the governor's office and said, we need to revise this, and here's the wins of why. Here's the pros and cons. And the governor had agreed to allow us to submit that bill draft. Of course, you got to work across both parties. I pride myself on being, I say this affectionately, a consummate bureaucrat, and not to be disrespectful to anybody that works in government. But I felt that if you're doing your job well, you can work with anyone to find where the where we can agree. It was a win-win. The law was changed. It was passed unanimously, which was cool. So definitely being a spokesman for the agency, which I've done in the past as well, dealing with the news, media, and things of that nature, and also working with the legislature, the Legislative Council Bureau, fellow sister agencies, because you got to coordinate, right? I mean, we can't do it all. I was just in the other room talking to the interim and, asking her questions about the size of staff and things of that nature. And, we do, from what she was telling me, there is coordination done with the local government because you got to have a local license in order to operate, not just a state license. Well, I used to be over city licensing for the city of Las Vegas. I used to go before the mayor and city council to recommend. So that's great that the agency is doing that. I want to only enhance that, to see what other agencies, sister agencies we can do to enhance our compliance ability, to enhance our transparency. Are there other organizations that we need to reach out to? And definitely, right, the legislature's coming up. And some legislators may have something from their constituents coming forward to them that they want to introduce or in their ear, and they'll introduce a bill draft that we may have to be on top of, and definitely get input from the various stakeholders and parties, definitely the board, on how you want to proceed.
Board Member O'Brien, it sounds like you're very confident in being able to step into this role and effectively lead our agency and do the job that it needs to get done. Are there any areas where you feel that you're going to need additional training or help and assistance from the deputy on that? And what areas would that be, if any?
Sure. The deputy, I would work closely with the deputy, especially if the deputy has been there for some time, especially in the compliance area, where I believe, in talking to her, where she's come from. As I said before, I have compliance background. I was an auditor. I have had, inspectors, things of that nature, investigators work for me. So I look at the audit program, called audit program. We'll call it an inspector program. I look at the operations, since she's been the interim in this time. I work closely with her arm in arm, or any of my colleagues on the budget. Definitely work closely with the CFO in making presentations to the board and to stakeholders. I know there's a biennial report that's sent to the governor's office by September 1. It just popped in my head. I did read your statutes once in a while. And so those kind of things, and also talking to colleagues across the nation. There's you gotta, steal things from other states. What are you doing in your state? Have you had exposure? Have you had to deal with this? Like I think it was the advanced estheticians that was a big issue here. How did the other states deal with this? I'm sure we may not be the first state that has dealt with that. I know in my past, I've gone to national conferences being the representative of the state as the administrator or the deputy. And you need to steal from other states. If they've already dealt with it, let's see what they did, tweak it, make it work for us here. And that way, so that way you're not reinventing the wheel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Ditzler, mine is not so technical. Okay, my question for you is, how do you feel about the cosmetology field?
Oh, I find it interesting. I mean, I use it. I mean, I do get haircuts, I do get manicures, I do get pedicures. I don't get any skin work done. So, it's, you as a consumer, I use these services every day. I work for a developer right now that develops buildings like this, and we have tenants. Some of those tenants are nail salons. So I'm actually dealing with them now, just from a landlord-tenant perspective. Leases, things of that nature, compliance areas, even in leasing. So I find it interesting. When I was reading the statute, and I tell you, I'm not an expert, I just barely, when you get in a position, you become more and more involved in it and become more and more expert at it, is that I didn't realize how many categories under the cosmetology services that there are that we use every day and take it for granted, right? That there's regulatory compliance, that there's health and safety. What if someone's doing your nail and they cut you and you get a you get an infection, things of that nature, and you get complaints that have to come to the board. It's pretty vast, and I find it interesting. It would be a challenging job. I believe I have the energy for it, because I've had to do that with all the other regulatory functions I've had. I didn't know anything about OSHA, but I had to learn OSHA. We enforce federal as well as state law and regulations. Workers' comp, totally brand new area of law. It's state law. Mine safety, it's federal and state. Had to enforce both of them because that's the agreement that the legislature has with the federal government, because there's no presence here for mine safety and federal, and no federal OSHA here in the state. It's in California, in San Francisco. So that was a deal. Well, it's a handshake deal. You pay 50% of my budget, I'll enforce federal law for you. The legislature's like, yeah, we love that. So that way it keeps the cost down on the industry itself that OSHA regulates. They don't have to pay as much to regulate because they're getting 50% from the government for the budget. So I believe I'd have to jump in, hit the ground running. I've done that in my past, and learn quickly, ask questions. I do not know everything, and take all of that and do my job.
Thank you. Baltazar, you have any questions? Board Member Jennifer, you have any additional questions?
No, he answered everything for me.
Yeah, actually, he answered the questions that I had. There were actually several, but you answered them from engaging with external agencies in order to achieve policy changes. It sounds like you did that with the governor's office. Can you tell me, are there any other projects or policies that you had worked with other organizations or established relationships with other agencies to force or enact any other policy changes? And can you tell me a little bit about that relationship and what was the outcome of that partnership?
Sure. Okay, the one that was a major jolt to the state of Nevada is when we went three-way, workers' comp. In the past, workers' comp only could be covered only in two ways. Either you were self-insured, so you're like the MGM or Caesars, where you had a lot of money, right? Or you were insured by the State Industrial Insurance System, SIS, the sister agency of DIR. And because DIR is over workers' comp, they're the big regulatory arm. Well, the law was passed under Governor Gwynn, or is it Governor Miller? And then it got implemented under Governor Gwynn. Well, the DIR only tagged into SIS's computer system for all of the data, all the claims being made and who was covered. As soon as the law changed to make it three-way, they made SIS become private and proprietary. So we were cut off from DIR of accessing that information they've been accessing for years, since 1940s. So we had to develop a brand new system. How is DIR going to operate now as the regulator of this without having the data? Who's not in compliance with not having workers' comp coverage? Where are the claims coming from? So that way we can have OSHA go out and do preventative inspections so no one gets injured. We want to keep people working. So, and that's what I'm saying, I had to get all the sections to talk to each other. So I had to testify before the interim finance committee to get money, and then also go before the board of examiners to get it approved to expend the money to get a brand new computer system. We'd asked for, I think, 1.8 million to get a brand new computer system because we had no more access. And SIS, that changed to ICON, the Employers Insurance Company of Nevada, they were very adamant. It was like saying, hey, look, I got to start competing with Liberty Mutual because now they can provide workers' comp coverage. I got to compete with all these other private companies now. We can't have that proprietary information out. So we had to work with SIS to say, okay, when's a deadline to cut off so that we would, don't want to get caught too soon, but we have to develop a system of how we'd actually operate, not only data-wise, of how we would do it, but actually operational internally, how our auditors would go on, compliance auditors, how our compliance investigators would go, how the data would come in, so that way they have their list of businesses to assess or to audit, making risk assessments based upon the data. When it makes it really tough when an agency is cut off completely from their data, and that you've been tagging on and just have a terminal and type in and get a printout of whose turn it is, because over there, there's mandatory audits done there. Every 3 years, everybody has to be mandatorily audited. It's under the law. So we had to keep track of that when you're cut off from another agency. So working with sister agencies, trying to get the best bang for your buck because it's state resources, working collaboratively with other state agencies. I mean, that's the only way to do it. There's no one agency can do this alone. I was just talking to the interim executive director in there. You have like 3,000 licensees, and there's no way that the amount of staff that we have can do all of them. So they have to rely on the public to tell us if something's going wrong. Rely on, of course, kind of people telling other businesses telling on each other. Usually it's that kind of thing, and of course working with the stakeholders. So I think working together, we can make sure that we can enhance the.
I had another, I think how many licensees we have, like 40?
40,000.
40,000.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
3,000.
sorry,
40,000.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Okay, so I did have a question, and I was glad you talked about working with the other agencies to collaborate, because I know right now, as far as compliance wise, I think we're probably understaffed with inspectors to get out in the field because there's a lot of, we can't catch it all. It's a lot of unlicensed people working from homes, setting up business and wherever they're setting up business. How would you be able to still work with business license and the different agencies to kind of help with some of this activity that is just grown so to where, like what could be some of because we're finding these individuals when they come before the board, but I don't think we're being able to collect the fines because they're not licensed. So I'm not quite, they can't get licensed. If they ever get licensed, they have to get fined, but
Yes.
I mean, who's gonna probably want to get licensed after a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 fine?
Right.
They would still have to go to school. So how would you work across the board? Because I know we work with business license, I believe, and things like that.
Yeah. Well,
Or do you still have relationships?
yes. Yeah. That's what we want to. So first of all, I would use my past relationship with the city. There's still people at the city of Las Vegas, since Las Vegas being the biggest entity, smaller than Clark County, that licenses the most. So I would use my past experience, my past employment to reach out to say, oh, by the way, hey, I was the prior chief over licensing for the city of Las Vegas. I was over gaming, I was over city, over liquor, I was over childcare, believe it or not. Martial arts is another one, because you're a dangerous weapon. They don't want you teaching kids, right? So I worked with Metro in the Special Investigations Bureau because that was required, special investigations for those type of licenses. So I reach out to the city of Las Vegas and say, where can we collaborate here? We have 40,000 licensees. Some are, and definitely more than that, are not operating above board. Some are operating in their homes. I would work with the HOAs because I think that's probably some of the other areas where I say we, hopefully, because the HOAs, especially in gated communities, you can't get in. So they may be operating in there. So I would try to work with the real estate division because they know the HOAs, they have jurisdiction over those. I had done a hearing for real estate division. So I would collaborate with those kind of areas. Where can I attack for the data that matches up, that can only help us? We have to use computers more because it's just not enough manpower, person power, that's PC, to do that. It's just not enough, especially in the rural areas of the state. And especially, I would think that you could get pushback because they're just trying to make a living and they don't want to necessarily abide by the law in the rural areas, especially, if they're not as urban as Las Vegas. I was talking to the interim again, sorry to bring our conversation in here, but about the Strip, where, I mean, you could spend all day doing a spa, just because there's just so many, and they're so large, and not be able to get to the other areas that they need to be addressed. So the first thing I would do is make a risk assessment and see, okay, where are the areas that we are having, that we can't get to because just manpower, we can't do it. So what can we do to use the computer systems that we have? I believe she said that we have a new system that's coming online or has started to come online. See where the modules are that we can tap into that. And then also learn the law. That's one of the first things I have to do. Read the regulations, read the standard operating procedures, get familiar with everyone, see what they're doing, and then reach out to the other entities. And also I'd have to talk to you all. I have to talk to you individually. I want to know what your perspective is, what you see that the staff, the agency needs to do. And then go from there. Because that's the only way we get this in. We got to do it together. It's just too many. It's just too many.
I have another question. My big concern about the agency itself is meshing the board with the executive team, with the staff, with the schools, with the licensees, where everybody works as a moving wheel and everybody works together. Do you see that as a possibility? Or do you think that it could be very difficult to do?
Well, I actually, I'm optimistic like you. I am optimistic. I would think that we all could work better together. I don't know from individual stakeholders, where they're coming from, these schools, the cosmetologists, where they're all coming from. I mean, they're trying to make a living. And so I don't know if we can mesh them all to have the same view, because we're all coming from a different view. You are the board, I mean, you're the agency, you're the regulator. Everybody's like, regulators, right? Because you're always in my pocket. You're always, I gotta pay a license fee, I gotta pay for schooling, and now you're gonna come out here and beat up on me, for payments and fine me. And all I'm trying to do is make a living. And as I said before, earlier, we're not here to put you out of business. We're here to have you comply. The law is the law. And matter of fact, if there's something that needs to be changed in the law, or maybe that you could raise that the board can address in a regulation, or maybe revise a regulation, then bring it forward to the board. That's why the board is appointed. I think that we can work together, just like the legislature does, right? You have different parties in the legislature. They work together to get some things done. We're not, of course, hopefully not that polarized here, but I think that having the board, having the executive director, the executive team, work with the stakeholders out there, with the establishments that are training these individuals, these business people, and then having them, and then also protecting the citizens. I think we can have a civil conversation. I think we could do that. And then have, because we're all open. I mean, if no one talks, we don't know. If no one speaks to us to know what's going on out there, we won't know. We can't see everything. So please bring it forward and we'll address it. And also provide good customer service. Be respectful, because they're paying our salary. That's what I'm
Oh, now my tune there. So,
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. I think I don't. Balthazar and all them are good too.
no hands.
Any board members via satellite have any questions? Any other comments?
No,
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any other questions for you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to have me come back.
Okay.
I think that was really helpful. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I would suggest you bring also Dory back in just to make sure.
Yeah.
Well, what questions do you have for her?
Yeah. I would like to hear her elaborate. Like, I really like how Stephen, you ask him a question, but he goes on tangents and you get all of his knowledge. All I'm understanding from Dory is she's really good at researching and she has a passion for it. But I've heard so much of just Stephen's life and his work history. I want to hear more of that. So is there questions that we can like maybe try to pull?
We can make some more her about her legislative
Okay.
ability to being able to cross
Yeah.
the party lines, because if you can't cross the party
Yeah.
lines, you're not gonna get nothing done.
Yeah.
Period.
And if she answers a question, can we maybe just keep asking her to like
Yeah.
elaborate so that we can kind of get more of
Maybe
a.
more of a conversation is good.
Yeah, yeah, because
Definitely
he's so conversational, yeah.
Okay, Balthazar?
Oh, no, I was just going to echo O'Brien's sentiment is that we got very generalized questions. And I know I raised my hand last time to have her elaborate when she was talking about, handling a situation delicately, but what exactly does delicately mean? So,
Yeah.
Excellent question. That was a question I had as well, because you can't be delicate with this. Y'all know you. Okay, so let's get hers. Is it Ms. Raji?
Rahi.
My
I thought it was
Razi.
Rahi.
Yeah. We gonna call her Glory. Yeah, it's the one about it. Thanks for being patient with us. We have more questions for you. So my question, I'll start off with the questions. So having the ability to work across with the different agencies that you work with, how comfortable do you feel working across the board with legislators? And my reason for asking you that question is that this is legislation year.
Yep. I know
And
that.
every year we get these organizations that come in for justice. And they come in to start to deregulate certain licenses. Saying you don't need a license for this, you don't need a license for that. So how strong do you feel being able to work to help protect our licensees in our state?
That's a good question. I feel like I could be a fierce advocate for you all. I'm very assertive, just as a woman. I mean, in the world today, you have to be assertive. I would protect the licensees. That would be my job, to help protect the licensees and to help carry out your goals and your ideas. I know the legislative session is coming up, and there are changes, like in California, they lowered their hours to 1,000 hours. So being at the forefront of issues, being proactive rather than reactive. But just advocate for the licensees, for the women. I know they are a majority of women. And I think being at the having my face at the forefront as a woman, as a single mom who could relate to a lot of the licensees, I think would resonate with people. But yeah, I think I could be a fierce and assertive advocate for you all and the licensees.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
Oh, was that for me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I can't tell. Can you tell me about a time when you formed an ongoing relationship or partnership with an organization in order to achieve a mutual goal? And, what did you do to make that relationship work initially? Was it long term? How long was that relationship? And what was the outcome of that partnership?
Two instances that come to mind that kind of piggyback off of each other. So in developing out the program that I currently run to give the students the best experience, I have worked with different agencies to develop out a simulation for our emergency management students. So because emergency management, the field is so collaborative, it's about your relationships. Like emergency managers don't basically have expertise in one certain area, but it's not what you know, it's who you know. So those relationships in any field are super important. And I feel working with the legislators and working with different agencies, it's very important. So for the simulation, working with the city of Las Vegas, working with the Clark County Fire, working with Nevada Department of Emergency Management. So we stopped the simulations because of COVID. So that was something that we want to get back to because it was very well taken. And I have those relationships. So those relationships, they come and do workshops for our students. And that kind of developed into working with the Department of Emergency Management for Nevada. And right now, what we do is basically help them help us. So for our students' capstone, we basically have them do work with the Department of Emergency Management for the state of Nevada. And we've gotten about 4 people jobs in the past year. So that partnership is only getting better, but yeah, it's about relationships. It's about forming those relationships and keeping those relationships. And I think that's super important as the executive director.
Mm-hmm. Do you have another question, Baltazar?
No, I was just lowering my hand. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Board Member Jennifer, you have any questions or comments for Ms. Story?
I do not have any further questions.
Anybody here at the table?
I kind of have one. Board Member Douglas. In your career experience, how would you apply it to the position you applied for?
Well, I've learned a lot and I continue to learn, and I would want to continue to learn. I feel like life is just a big lesson, and how would I apply it? Just teamwork, collaborating. I think collaborating with different perspectives helps. Like I said, it takes a village. I don't know everything, you don't know everything, but if we collaborate, I think it can make things better. What my hope is that I would contribute to the agency to make things better, to be in line with other states and other best practices and how they are doing things. Research, I think that's very important. I think I answered your question.
Okay.
I can elaborate more.
Sorry.
Oh, if you need me to elaborate more, I'm happy to.
Yeah, Board Member O'Brien, to piggyback off of that question, and I know you stated earlier when we interviewed you, you're a little nervous, so I wanted to talk about something that you're pretty comfortable with. Your research is outstanding.
Thank you.
You know, several pages of your resume. So I know that's a strong suit for you is research, but what can you talk about certain research, and you can pick any that you've listed or maybe some that you haven't, where you really put that research into action and what that delivery was and how much of a bulldog you were. Like, we want to see the fight in it. Can you talk about that a little bit?
I think it probably has to do with my advocacy. So a lot of my research is regarding women and domestic violence. I've experienced that personally. So I've wanted to make a change. I've wanted to help women who have gone through the same experience as me. I wanted to just make things better, help where I can with my personal experience, my expertise. How have I put that in action? So doing research and informing agencies of best practices and where they're at. So for my dissertation, I had to do, I wanted to do. But Metro gave me basically full access to their data. And they wanted a policy evaluation. So my area is public policy. That's what my PhD is in, public affairs. So it's local, state, federal government, and the inner workings. And so policy and criminal justice, how they mesh. And so I did a policy evaluation for Metro on their lethality assessment program. And it's basically a questionnaire to predict lethality in domestic violence victims or victims of domestic violence. And I basically came up with findings to help. I guess it's more macro, but the goal is to help the victims. So that's probably my most fulfilling work, and how I've been able to inform Metro, how I've been able to inform policy and help better their policy. So,
May I ask a follow-up?
sure.
Why this position and not something in that area?
So, like I mentioned before, my passion is to help people and communities. So I do feel like this would help fulfill my goal, my advocacy goals to help people. It's not a particular, I mean, obviously I have a lot of passion for victims of domestic violence, but there's not a lot of on the ground work that I could do. So I want to be able to make a difference, and I want to be able to help people, and I want to be able to make a change and grow and make a change.
That makes sense.
I have a question. Thank you. Kind of to piggyback off your question over there. So like building relationships, and I know that there's a lot of, when it comes on the compliance side of our industry, there's a lot of unlicensed activity.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of, I think even more than what we can even get our hands on. What we see on social media, what we hear about, the complaints that we're getting in the office of unlicensed people performing services, unlicensed individuals setting up at schools, training individuals, giving them certificates that believe that they're getting licensed and they're performing these services. How strong do you feel how strong do you feel in being effective in making sure that we cut down on some of the licensed activity, and then across the board being able to work with the other agencies that that will assist us in helping with the unlicensed activity?
So I know you guys only have 2 investigators right now for approximately 30,000 licensees and about 3,000 salons. And 2 people sound like they're probably overworked and maybe not very efficient or effective, maybe. So I feel like to best enforce those rules, maybe hire somebody else who would work cohesively with the 2 people who are already doing the job, work cohesively, have synergy with the board, have synergy with the people who already work here. I think that may be an option to think about, to hire maybe another person. And then your follow-up question.
And then the follow-up question was, how effective do you think that you could collaborate with the other agencies, like such as the business license, because they work hand in hand because they're performing illegal services at places that doesn't have a business license, and
right.
Just being across the board, being able to bring it all together to kind of tailor to make our compliance much stronger here in our state.
Well, I think we're all here for the common goal, right? Like you said, to make our compliance stronger here in the state. So it's about relationships and grooming those relationships and not burning bridges. Then that's how I was able to get my position at UNLV, because I made those relationships and I proved, I showed that I was able to communicate well with others and different personalities, and well-known people in the field. So I don't have an issue being assertive, developing relationships, and I don't have any issues being assertive and advocating for the board at all.
Any other questions? No?
I could ask, what I'd like to see happen, well, I don't know that it's really going to be able to be happen, but I'm going to ask you this question. You have the board, you have the executive committee or the executive team, you have your staff, you have your schools, and you have the licensees. How can you bring them all together to work together? Because right now we're all kind of separate.
Yeah, well, I don't think they should be siloed. You have one mission. So have regular meetings, have people provide input, have more communication between the different silos to hopefully bring them together. If I were offered the position, I wouldn't come in here and make crazy changes. Obviously, I'd follow what your wishes are, but I would want to observe, and I'd want to get your opinion and the executive team's opinion. I wouldn't want to make changes, but I would want to know, hey, where are things lacking, like the cohesiveness within these different silos, and get opinions on where the dynamic is kind of off and why, and then go from there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's good. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for staying around.
Of course.
Laura, can we find out about our lunch?
Yeah, can we break for lunch?
Yeah.
Or we can do a working lunch? We can't do that, you know, on a meeting, can we?
I don't know that that would be a good idea.
Okay, we'll break for lunch.
You don't have to, you do.
I mean,
No, I still have work today too.
well, you guys, the thing is, you guys had, you had your follow-up questions. I think it's a good idea to have follow-up discussion. And then see where you guys want to go. That way, when you have your lunch,
Okay.
all done, because I think they're still waiting. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Andrew, like, let's do lunch.
I was on an interview years ago, and I'm sitting there waiting 45 minutes, and I opened up the door, and there was like fried chicken in the bathroom. And because I was done, I didn't want to jump anymore. So.
I think after two, I hands down with Stephen.
Yeah. He's well
I do.
qualified.
I'm gonna have to say I do.
He's well qualified.
I think the board could put something in place where there's a probational period for both positions. And, you know, and make it across the board, but we really have to look out for, you know, the agency as a whole, the industry. I mean, being able to lead a state agency and have relationships and solid relationships in that state. That's gonna get the board to where we need to be and not afraid to stand up to the deregulators and not try to figure it out at the 11th hour.
Yeah.
I think it's huge.
I think you want somebody to fight for the board.
Yeah.
Even after follow-up questions, I wasn't getting it, even after
Right.
asking like her passion, which is research, and still didn't get it. I'm not feeling the same drive that we felt from Stephen. And I think that that's just going to be a stronger candidate for us. And
I think it's because he has the state relationships. He's done this work before.
he's confident.
And it makes a difference if we get somebody from out of state that applies for this position, then they have to know the people in the state to get the things done.
Mhm.
And
That's gonna push
you know,
back further.
and if you don't know how to get things done here in this state, then we're gonna be set back another 3, 4, 5 years to get it done.
Yeah.
And we have big goals with where we want to go with this You can see, so we can't delay. We need somebody that's gonna get it done
No.
immediately and needs
Mhm.
minimal help, which,
Mhm.
you know, he stated he would rely on the people in place, but it sounds like he's already got the tools to lead.
Right, who knows people already.
Yeah, I mean, are we comfortable with making a vote? I think we.
Let's hear from Jennifer and let's hear from Baltazar.
Yeah, that was incredibly helpful to have him come back in for me and to hear him back to back like that. For sure, I feel like Stephen is the stronger candidate for what we need in the executive position. You know, my emotional side, of course, goes a little bit to the softer side, but for what we need, I feel like Stephen can like direct it the right way.
Baltazar?
Yes, I have to agree. Stephen is just the candidate that'll be able to fit in as quickly as possible. And I don't feel, I just, to be frank, don't see how this fits within Dory's passion. And Dory's passion is actually, you know, something that I actually work in. So I understand where that passion is, but I just don't see how it translates to this. And I mean, you can just see the level of experience that Stephen has is just he's going to be able to fit seamlessly in and get the ball rolling. Whereas I feel, yes, there is going to be a learning curve with either candidate. But I just feel like he knows the ins and outs of bureaucracy, and he toted to the fact that he's a bureaucrat, and frankly, this agency is that. So he's going to fit perfectly in.
Yeah. I agree.
I agree with that.
Can we get a motion to vote for the executive director's position?
This board member Douglas, I would like to approve Stephen D. McDonald for executive director of State of Cosmetologist Board.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I
think it's good.
I feel good about this.
Yeah.
I know I sound like a dork right now, but there's lots of changes.
I just want to say, excellent work from the committee's aspect, to the board aspect. You guys asked the great questions, the follow-up questions. And so, very proud of you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, so the next steps will be, first we need to, so that way we don't have to worry sitting there either. We need to determine the starting salary for both positions and then the start dates.
Okay.
I have a recommendation on the salaries, if that's okay.
Yes.
As we'll start with the deputy.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, one more thing, just so that Dory is not sitting there.
Can we bring her back in and just thank her for the interview? So she's free to go.
Oh, yes.
Let her know we go a different direction, and then that way she
Are we
can.
gonna say that?
Who's gonna say it like that?
Well, you typically would reject someone that you're not.
I know, but I'm saying which one. Okay.
Oh, I mean, I can. Okay.
Yeah, we'll let you do it.
Wait, no, you don't know?
Yeah.
Just take it for a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Be short and sweet.
Yeah.
What about Janie? We need to do hers.
Yeah.
That's true too.
That's especially important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
I'm not doing yours.
Not doing that one. I'm not doing that one.
She knows already.
Hello, get
Hi, Dory.
Board Member O'Brien, we wanted to bring you back in and thank you so much for your time and effort into this. We appreciate your application and everything that you included there for us. You are very qualified for the position. I think at this time that we are going to go in a different direction, but we
Okay.
wish you the best of luck and are excited to see what you do in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Thank you.
Do we want to do that to Janie?
Yeah, we gotta do.
We gotta do Jamie next. Oh my God, you did great. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you. You can do that. There's another position for Janie. I think she'll. You.
It opens up the door, because Leah's technically up now, deputy. There's room for growth for a lot of
The
people.
chief compliance.
Yeah.
Hi, Janie, Board Member O'Brien here. We wanted to bring you back in to tell you, thank you so much for coming in today. Well, I know you work here, never mind, you're here. We loved looking over your resume and getting to know you better and all your passions and the things that you've done for the board. We are going to go in a different direction at this time, but we're very excited for what you have in store in your future, and we look forward to being a part of that with you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, we got that out the way.
Wow.
Okay, believe it or not, with my own team, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Salary and then,
Right.
start date.
Okay.
You guys are okay with December 5th. That's 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
We didn't have
Okay.
some fees currently employed, but I think 2 weeks is good for me too. We have Thanksgiving coming up.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
December 5th, you said?
That's a couple of minutes. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
And then do we have a backup date if he for some reason has to do more notice?
Maybe Monday after that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Board Member Ditzler, as far as on the salary, Leah, the Deputy Director, she is currently at 55.3. I believe that's what it was. Yeah, she's at 55.3. I do not see taking her down. She's going to be very much involved in training the director. And I think that it's a good thing for her. And so that would be 140 is that's what she's doing now. And then.
I mean, but how much room are we giving her to grow?
She's currently graced at 55.3.
And there's a lot of room still.
Yeah, but how much, but if we're gonna start the ED, the 55.3, I'm good with the 55.3, but my question is like, when we, okay, so you were 55.3, okay, I'm confused where we at now.
Okay, 55.3. Now, as far as if you want me to go into the director part of it, I was gonna say, let's start him at the 55.1, and then in 90 days, bring him up to 55.3. Yes, they'll be making the same, but she has a lot more experience.
No.
We can't do that.
No.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because it makes sense.
than her. Because for one, he's an executive director, so if we want to start her at 55.3, then we're gonna have to start him above the 55.3 far as the experience.
Yeah.
But he's got a learning curve yet, till he's not up to speed with us here yet. And she's gonna bring that. Our deputy.
Because
director.
we're giving Leah right now interim pay, right? She's
That's
getting
correct.
interim pay.
Yeah.
She's getting
Well,
interim
if you
director's pay.
consider that, I mean, that's your own phrasing, interim pay. It's not necessarily, I mean, it's pay for the additional duties,
Right.
but I mean, I'm not sure what's going to be taken away from her operationally.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like.
No, I don't want to take anything away from her.
That's what I'm saying, like what she's currently doing now, that's not really gonna change so much. She's currently overseeing compliances, and she's still participating in part of the executive team. So I'm advocating that her salary stays the same as what it
Yeah.
currently is.
I'm okay with that.
And then I'm okay with starting the executive director lower. There's nothing that says that just your pay needs to correspond to your title and your rank. we can pay based on seniority, based on individual experience. If you'd like to start Stephen at 55-1, that gives him the opportunity to then prove himself, to demonstrate his value. If you want to do that within 90 days and then bring him up to the same 55-3, if you want to do 6 months, you can give him another raise beyond that. It's really your discretion.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we at 55-3, we gonna start him at 55-3 too?
No, you could if you wanted to, or you could start it lower. You could start at 55-1. So that way you give yourselves, as well as Stephen, some incentive to perform, but also that way you kind of extend that probationary period or that evaluation period, I should say, to maybe, let's say 90 days. So 3 months later, you do a staff survey, or maybe several staff surveys, to evaluate his performance, as well as, your own correspondence with him. And in 90 days, you would probably have a good idea as to whether or not you want to increase his pay from 55-1, 55-3, 55-2, or higher.
I think minimum 55-2.
Okay.
Okay, you want to compromise?
Yeah,
Well, I think it makes sense too, because they're not jumping two, you're just jumping one to bring them at the same place.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what precedent is that gonna set for the next one? Do we bump two every time? You know what I mean? So it might make sense. to
Right,
have
then when
that
we
one.
bump him, we can bump him.
Yeah,
But then he's gonna be entitled to,
Well, there's no.
I mean, where I pass executive director, he got a raise every year.
There's no reason you need to dangle a carrot either.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, these are professionals. These are, executive, lawyers, experienced, educated people. We don't necessarily need to dangle a carrot. He just needs to be held, or the people, the executive team.
Is he gonna do the job or not?
The executive team needs to be held accountable.
Mhm.
And we need to have these evaluation tools such as staff surveys, board surveys, those kind of processes in place. That way we can actually attribute pay increases with performance and value provided. By that.
Yeah.
And we do not have to give a raise every year.
No.
No, but I'm saying we were every other, well, I mean, except the last year or so, but we were like every time, you know?
The only other thing to just remind the board, just from the OML's perspective and the reasoning given for Leah's salary. And I just want to make sure that there's just enough reasoning given for this meeting that the board did take into consideration her past 5 years' experience, the fact that she will continue to have to be working under compliance and then also taking on the interim role. So with the hiring of the ED, if you're taking from an objective perspective, it is going to be interpreted as, while she still is expected as the deputy director to assist the ED, and I know that she will come in, there's still going to have to be that understanding as to why you still want to keep her at the step that she's in right now.
Because that's public record.
Right. So what do you, I'm not sure that I understood where you want to go with that.
I'm not sure what.
I don't, the salary was expected at the last meeting to be reflected of the services that she will be doing.
Mhm.
Are there any changes whatsoever as to what she will be doing, serving in the DD role, given the fact that you've hired a new executive
Yes,
director?
I actually think her responsibilities will increase,
Okay,
because not only does she have what she currently does, I'm not talking about compliance, I'm talking about as an executive, as an interim executive director, but she will also take on these additional duties of having to, because I know Stephen McDonald is very educated and very experienced, but he still has not worked as an ED here in our agency, and so she will have to take on that role as well, educating him, getting him up to speed. He's got a lot of questions, I hope, a lot of things that he's going to need her input on, as much as a presentation, and he gave a great presentation on his interview, but, like you said, we all have things to learn. And so that she'll have to also take on that responsibility. I guess I see things from an operational perspective, I guess, and that's kind of why I'm coming at this from a different angle, because I know what she actually does on a day-to-day basis. And that's why I'm
But I'm asking the question, now, can we, because I think as we, as an agency, bring people up, the compliance, the chief compliance position that she was working dual, I think we need to bring somebody else up into that position.
For sure.
But they don't need to necessarily make
Correct.
that
Exactly.
same amount. Because they're not at that, anybody coming up. Now, she was taking on an extra role. But she wasn't taking, I don't know how to put that in words.
I mean, you guys gave her almost like a 385. She gave her 378 out of 385. And I'm not, as a manager myself, I wouldn't want to demoralize my own staff by reducing her pay just for the sake of the fact that we now actually have an official executive director who has.
No, wait, I'm not, we're not, I don't think that nobody wants to reduce her pay.
Okay.
I think that we need to move, I think her duties are gonna be a little bit less because she's not gonna be eventually, I'm sure that the ED will hire move somebody up into the chief compliance because it's gonna be hard for her to be deputy and chief.
Right.
Compliance.
Right.
So I can see her, I'm okay with her being in that pay, but what I'm saying is she's gonna be in that pay performing just at one job. She's not gonna be
Well,
performing.
technically, the deputy would be overseeing the chief compliance officer. So she doesn't really, she can't really just take the pack off in terms of, oh, I'm not, in charge of compliance anymore. She's actually overseeing the chief compliance officer. So again, her title was still elevated from where she previously was.
And eventually is a term with no time associated with it. So we don't know really what time frame that workload is going to come off of her shoulders, if at all.
No, I'm good.
So yeah.
I mean,
I know that.
She
Jack was
knows the
looking for, like,
position. She definitely
reasons for why
knows.
we're doing it. So.
She definitely knows the position.
Are we doing a good job of that?
Yeah, I think with, because I just wanted it on the record that there's at least an understanding that the switch of really, the great work that Leah does do is not gonna be automatic. And so there's an understanding of wanting to keep her compensated for that. I just wanted a reason on the record for that, since there was a reason on the record last time.
Right.
Okay.
Remember, we had that, because people are gonna request, people that's looking at this is gonna be requesting minutes. If they're not on there already, they're gonna be requesting to be able to look at, okay, what the pay is, and then what the pay is for the new person. He'll be able to see, that the deputy director is making more pay than what he's making. But then we also put something in place that there's gonna be evaluation in 3 months.
Yeah, and I think it's understood at this point that Leah's job is going to get harder because she's gonna have to help train the executive director. So I think that makes sense to keep the pay as it is. Yeah.
And then in 3 months, I would like him to be evaluated in 3 months.
Oh, and I had another comment on that. I would suggest maybe even less if you guys are comfortable with it. Maybe 30 days, maybe 60 days, maybe 90 days, maybe all three, and maybe 6 months in every year. But maybe you guys want to, if 90 days is the lowest that you want to go, I'm not sure, maybe 60 days, you want to do another staff survey or whatever you guys feel comfortable with. I don't want things to drag on.
Too long?
Too long, that's all. And 90 days is
Makes
long.
sense.
How long do you anticipate when's the time you want to allot, or you think it's appropriate to allot for training, and then when the training wheel comes off, where you start to see?
I think 30 days is a little too small just because of the fact that where we're at right now, the holidays and everything like that, time of the year. But maybe 60 days is probably the lowest I would go, maybe 45, but maybe around 60 days. Or maybe just, wait till 90, but that's something you guys can decide on. 90 is, is fine too. That's 3 months, and we have the holidays coming up and everything like that.
Because if he starts in December, then we evaluate in March. Or
Well, the
February.
evaluation should come before
February. We would conduct a survey, we would develop a survey.
You do that in
Can
February.
we request that?
I don't know.
Say, we're gonna put on a 90-day trial with the survey in 60 days.
And it's not trial.
No, it's just
Probation.
evaluation.
Hire.
Yeah,
it's a
but I mean,
probationary period.
probation,
Okay.
that's the word I'm
And
wanting.
yeah, even
Probation.
probation is a.
I know, it sounds like.
It's just.
Is it probation or evaluation?
I know.
It's both.
I say evaluation. Let's say evaluation.
Okay.
We don't want the.
A 90-day evaluation.
Yeah, we don't want to
Walking
feel like we don't
pins
have
and needles.
confidence in it. You
No,
know,
that's
using the
fine.
wrong
Yeah,
word.
exactly.
Yeah, let's just use
Yeah.
evaluation. Yeah. At least he knows what.
We're always under one, it just, we
Yeah.
have to think about it,
Yeah.
but.
And he's
It's a great
professional,
tool.
like Andrew
Yeah.
said, he's gonna understand this anyway, so we can throw whatever word on it. He knows what the deal is, but let's use
Yeah.
positive words so that we
Okay.
can start
I
to
like it.
have a leading on, or starting off on a positive foot.
Good word.
And do you think, and I just wanted, Andrew also mentioned the holidays. If it's the 90 days, do you think too much of that 90-day period is eaten up in the holiday period? Should it likely be longer because?
It could be until March then, if you think that.
I think
Yeah.
that.
March.
Let's say March. We'll say March.
So
whatever.
the survey in
It could be,
February?
it could be what is that, less than 90 days, it's gonna say March.
Yeah.
It'll be March.
Okay, so you want to
Evaluation in
wait
March.
for the survey till just at the time
We'll
of,
get we'll get the survey like the end of February, right?
Okay, if that's what the board desires.
Uh-huh. They give him a chance to see how he's doing, you know. in case we-
It's gonna be a very
Conversation
thorough
with him.
vote.
Right?
Okay, so board member Harris, what are we starting him off at?
55-2.
55-2.
So how much is that?
133.
Huh?
I said, I was just gonna read that. I know I got mine, but
It's 133.
133, okay.
Yeah, please say.
Okay,
So
so
55-2 is $133,757.28.
So what is this doing to our budget when we having these two big high dollar salaries?
Well, thankfully, we hired a competency, I thought we can oversee things. We're good, we're fine. Okay,
well, we've had these big salaries already here.
We've had them before.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, okay, good.
Okay, so in 6 months, well, in February, we're gonna bump him to.
Well, no, February, we'll do a
Evaluate.
We're gonna do
survey.
a staff evaluation, and so we see how things are going.
Okay,
That's
you want me to
good.
try to make a motion?
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, and I'll make it for
One other
both. Can I
thing.
do for both?
So one other thing is just on that survey, do you want staff to develop the questions and then just go with it, or?
Can staff develop the questions and then we take a look at them like you always do?
Don't we have a board meeting in January? Can we review the questions
Yeah.
in January?
Oh, okay.
Or,
That'll be perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we can come up.
They do good evaluations.
cool.
They
Okay,
do.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
because
Okay.
I think you guys are really fair.
Do them separately?
Yeah.
Okay.
for the purpose of-
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we will start out with are we gonna do with the executive director or the deputy?
Well, let's start off with the executive director, because that's the last.
Can I get a motion for the executive director's salary?
Okay, member Ditzler, I make a motion that we do a starting salary for the executive director at 55-2, which is $133,500 or $757.28, with an evaluation in 90 days and a survey put together within 60.
The survey will be put together for the evaluation.
So the evaluation you guys mentioned would be in March, with the survey to be in February.
Yes.
Survey in February
Well, this is.
and evaluation in
The
March.
survey is technically from, if he accepts, December 5th.
Okay.
So whatever that means.
That puts us,
And is it a board member evaluation and a staff survey?
Yes.
okay. Okay, I'm just adding on. I hope this. Okay, it's with a staff survey and a board evaluation.
So 90 days from December 5th is March 5th.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So the survey's in March 5th,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then the evaluation,
And a board member evaluation.
board member evaluation.
February 5th, if you're doing 60 days.
60 days.
Oh,
60, yeah.
Let me write this notion down.
Okay, let's see. First of all, it's going to be a survey in February or
no,
March.
okay. So the survey will be March 5th, assuming that Stephen accepts December
Yeah.
5th. The 90 days from December 5th will be March 5th.
Okay.
90
The
days.
survey will be completed when we get it.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
We'll send out the survey March 5th.
and so then we'll have a board evaluation right after. Okay, y'all get that?
Yes. Can I get a second?
Board member O'Brien, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
I would like to call for a motion for the deputy director's position.
Board member Ditzler, sure, I want to do that. I'd like to make a motion to continue the same salary with the deputy director at 55-3. And are we going to have a evaluation with that? Okay, and the same evaluation in February, can we do it at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. In February, we'll have the staff evaluation or survey, I'll get the words right.
March 5th.
March 5th?
Yeah.
March 5th. Staff survey. And board evaluation. Okay? Oh, that is 55, that'd be 55,3, $140,167.44.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Board Member O'Brien, a second.
All in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So were you able to get all that?
You have it all?
Yes. Did you have any questions?
But you have board member Douglas.
Last question.
Was that in that motion?
I second, okay. I second it.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to know, when you guys put these jobs on Indeed, do you guys put the salary also that
Yes.
you're?
We're actually required to do that now by law. We go the range.
So it's in the same range.
Okay.
It was like talking a little less, we probably bumped it a little bit.
Yeah.
We just finished up and get the.
Let's bring in Steve.
Right. We want to give them like.
Yes.
Do we have to bring them in?
Yeah, just let them, let's Steve.
Well, if you want to wait, hold on a second. You want to inform Leah Easter first that she got it.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I don't mind though. It's all good news.
I'm gonna take my lunch with me.
Yeah, I gotta go.
You don't want to talk to her?
I got you in the car.
Yeah.
I feel comfortable.
Mhm.
I think we, yeah, we did. You guys did great.
Guys are killing. I'm glad I can.
Stephen and I have talked about everything there is to talk about. We're vacationing together now. Oh, gosh.
Board Member O'Brien, I'm happy you guys are planning your vacation together because, you're gonna have a bright future here.
We're working
as
together.
our
Okay, great. Okay.
deputy
All right.
executive. We're going to
Great.
offer you the position, so.
Great, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're very
Fun.
excited about you and
Great.
scored very high amongst the board. Your rating was one of the highest, so we're all very
Awesome.
confident in your ability and not that you
Cool.
haven't already been doing a great job, but we know that you're going to continue to serve the board well and we expect great things out of you.
Great, I'm excited, you guys. Thank you. I appreciate
It's
it.
the same.
Okay, well, I wasn't gonna ask you for more. That's fine. I appreciate it, you guys. This has been an experience. Steve and I are like, well, what's happening? Chips? I've never done this before. So this is exciting. All right. Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. We'll be back in the room.
Yep.
Started clapping. Pull back.
No, I would have clapped. if you'd have
Okay,
started.
we're clapping on the next one. Slow clap.
I didn't have no in-person meetings. I like seeing all the personalities.
Oh,
I know.
I know.
Out of COVID.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
You're out of COVID. No more questions.
You're in the
And
hot seat
I'm here
again.
for you. More questions, the better. The more questions, the better.
We enjoyed your questions,
Yeah.
your answers.
Board Member O'Brien here. Mr. McDonald, we appreciate your time today and all the effort that you put into your interview, and it definitely paid off. We're very confident that you can lead this board in the direction that we want to go in. So we would like to offer you the position of Executive Director, and it's with a great pleasure that we have you on our team because we really expect great things from you, and I think that you are the candidate that we have confidence in being able to deliver that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
so we hope you.
You know, clients will say, I'm looking forward to working with you, all that kind of stuff, which I do. I'm looking forward to meeting you all personally, letting you all get to know me personally, and learning from all of you. You know, we all have things that we can bring to the table. That's why I'm here, and to serve at your pleasure. So I will do the best job that I can. You can definitely assure that. And I will work with your deputy, okay, closely. We were already talking about things and ideas. She's just a wonderful colleague. And so thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I guess Andrew from here will take it.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll discuss salary first.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with the rates at 55-2, starting at $133,757.28?
Yes, I'm comfortable.
That's
Yeah, it's
contingent
easy,
upon,
right?
that's contingent upon a 90-day survey from your start date. The survey will be a series of questions. The staff will fill out the questions. And that way the board can evaluate you based on staff's input.
Sure.
And then the start date, we have Monday, December 5th.
That works out perfectly.
Cool.
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Stay for lunch.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Are you having lunch with us?
Absolutely. Okay, I took the day off.
Okay, now we have. public comment.
Oh, yeah.
We gotta finish the board.
And there's Jennifer and Brian.
We're still got a couple things to do here.
Okay, so do we have any comments from the general public? The board will entertain comments from the general public for any item that is or is not published on the agenda. And is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. All comments limited to 3 minutes or less. No comments from the general public. Comments from board members for discussion only. The board will entertain comments from the board members on any item that is or is not published on the agenda and is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. No action can be taken on that matter unless it's included in the agenda. Limit comments to 3 minutes or less. Gwen Bramo, I have a comment. I don't know if it's a comment or a recommended suggestion. Is there any way, can I do a suggestion, AG Christie? Okay, it's our next meeting. Can we put on the agenda for hybrid learning? I want to be able to make sure we take some reviewing with the hybrid learning because I know it's going to come back around.
Just to review the current policy for hybrid learning.
Or be able to discuss if the schools will be able to be allowed, and if so, what is going to be the percentage
Okay.
of hybrid learning for theory? That's it.
Awesome.
That's it. Anything, any other board members have any other questions, concerns, or anything?
I have a
Okay.
question. How often are we gonna meet in the cosmetologist board, or do we go? Because I enjoyed this.
Can we go back to our in-person meeting?
Oh,
Yeah, it's so much better.
It is better. Having this and,
We get to, this is my first time seeing these ladies.
The only thing with that is that if we're no longer gonna be doing the Zoom as well, or are we gonna
Yes.
be just going back to all?
Going back to all meetings,
So
yeah.
just with the Grant Sawyer building, I have reached out to them when we had the town hall, and they weren't allowing us to book there. So it's just a matter of finding meeting space and meeting space where we can connect with the,
Can we
With the
find out now
office?
again with the Grant
Yeah.
Sawyer, since it's been like some months now?
I will reach out to them again and see what we can do. to
Because I
make
think they're back,
Well,
right,
yeah,
AG Christie, they're back doing meetings there.
They are back doing meetings, just also be mindful, they book up pretty
it.
quickly.
Yeah, and
Um,
the legislative-
but I do have a question here. on our meetings. That it can be where the board members are here at the office and then we have any of the licensees Zoom in or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because it still is having
Well, if we can.
And for all intents and purposes, it'll be treated on the agenda as a Zoom meeting, because members of the public can't come here, they can only come via
Right.
Zoom.
Okay.
But the board members can
Yes,
definitely.
we-
Yeah, I think this.
So if we can get Grant Sawyer, because I like to see the public in person too.
Okay, I'll reach out to Grant Sawyer and then I can send everyone an update on what the feedback is, and then if not, I can try to find another location.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to close the meeting. Any other questions or comments from any of the board members? Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Board Member Harris, I would like to adjourn this meeting on November the 16th, 2022. I don't know the time.
106.
At 1:06 PM.
Can I get a second?
Board Member O'Brien, and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
I did. I thought I got
So
more
excited
comfortable.
for you.
I talked a lot.
That's good.
Yeah.